our consultations, that our deliberations today shall take place in the spirit of mutual trust, so that we as leaders shall lead our country on the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us the mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor thy name in all we think, do, and say. Almighty God, we pray thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's affirm. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Please be seated. Yeah, any petition? Report of standing and select committee. Other reports? No, none. Other reports and papers? None. Notices of questions? None. Notices of questions. Notices of motion is where you are going to eat. Yes, I recognize Honorable Hambiuka. I recognize you, Honorable Hambiuka.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the proceedings on the order paper of today, 13th March 2025, tomorrow, Friday, 14 March 2025, and Monday, 17 March 2025 be in accordance with the rules, with the Rule 159, Sub 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders, not interrupted if they are still under consideration at 17:45. And today and next week, Monday, and tomorrow, Friday, at 12:30. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Before you table it, are we supposed not to, the extension is supposed not to be up to 9 o'clock?
The one for today is 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
And Monday might be 9 o'clock as well. Monday is the afternoon. Monday. No, in the afternoon. Yes. 14th. Yes.
Until 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarification? Come again? No order paper. Where's now? Yes, Deputy Acting Secretary. Order paper, the people are looking for order papers. Was it sent to their... No, it's not individual. Everybody there, no, bring it, no. So it's not loaded. 5 items. Yeah, can I have the... Yeah, Honorable Nehoya, the people are asking what is the order paper today?
We go straight to the order paper.
No, but they said there's only two items only. Was it not sent like this?
No, it's not complete.
Is it like that?
No, it's not complete.
What do you mean it's not complete?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, can I have one? Can I have one? Distribute to... Yeah. No. Okay. Give it to him. Okay, now the... Okay, any notices of motions? None. Message from the head of state? Message from the head of state? I'm coming. Ministerial statement, I recognize Dr. Kanji Murangi, the Minister of Higher Education.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I give notice that tomorrow, the 14th March 2025, I shall table an urgent bill in terms of Rule 168, read together with Rule 193 of the Standing Rules and Orders, that leave be given to amend the Namibia Financial Assistance Fund Act of 2000 so as to insert new definitions to provide an enhanced object of the Act and the fund, to integrate the fund under the auspices of the Ministry of Higher Education, Technology and Innovation, to expand provisions regarding approval of institutions of higher learning, to reconstitute the Namibia Student Assistance Fund Board and rename it to the Selection and Advisory Board to advise the Minister, to expand provisions regarding Secretariat of the Fund, to expand provisions of finances of the fund, to make provision for the application and selection processes, to make provisions relating to the recovery of loans, and to provide the incidental matters. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Please table the ministerial statement. Is it? It's a motion of ministerial statement. Oh, notice of motion. Okay, supposed to be notice of motion, Honorable Doctor. It's supposed to be notice of motion. Yeah, it's fine. You table it. Yeah, Nehoya. Any other ministerial statement? None? We go direct to the agenda of today. The first one is the notice of motions by the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. Does the Honourable Minister move that the bill now be introduced? The bill?
I so move, Honourable Speaker.
Who second? Is there any objection? Agreed to. Will the Honourable Minister now table the motion, the bill? Can you table the bill? Sorry. The Secretary will now read the bill for the first time.
Land Bill.
Does the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform move that the bill now be read a second time?
I so move, Honourable
Any
Deputy Speaker.
objection? Who second? Agree to? You have now the floor to introduce the bill, to motivate.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, it is indeed a distinct honour to stand before you here today, although it is late in our session, to introduce the long-awaited Land Bill to this August House for the deliberation and enactment. At the onset, I would like to applaud the Namibian people for their contribution towards the development of this Land Bill and for the demonstrating tolerance and in finalization of this important bill. In the same vein, I would like to thank all stakeholders who were involved in the development of this Land Bill. Your contribution led to the finalization of and the drafting of this Land Bill, which now contains many of the issues that were brought to us. It would be unfortunate if I did not express my gratitude to my predecessors, Honourable Theos Naruset and Honourable Tony Nyoma, who in fact started the process of developing a comprehensive Land Bill. The process of developing the Land Bill commenced in 2007, and 2010 the Ministry conducted regional consultations to garner input and comments from all stakeholders to enrich the Land Bill. Amongst other key stakeholders were consulted various ministries, traditional authorities, farmers' unions, conservancies, non-governmental organizations. After the above-mentioned consultations were concluded, the Land Bill was tabled in 2017, and some of us will remember that. The tabling of the bill in the National Assembly, however, then coincided with the preparations for the hosting of the second Land Conference. And after this August House has raised concerns on the discussions of the Land Bill in connection with a land conference that is still to be held, it was thought expedient to withdraw the bill, which was so done. And since then it was pending the convening and finalization. It was then pending to incorporate any outcome of the second Land Conference, which was held in October 2018. The second National Land Conference agreed on various land-related resolutions to be included into the bill, resolutions that are aimed at enhancing access to land resources and improve the livelihoods of the majority of Namibians. And I'm pleased to indicate here that the said resolutions of this watershed second Land Conference are indeed included in the now Land Bill. The legal drafters of the Land Bill commenced in 2020. And after a lengthy, close cooperation with the Ministry of Justice, the drafters, the Land Bill was eventually cleared by the Cabinet Committee on Legislation and Cabinet. Honourable Speaker, what we have now is a proper consulted bill which was properly drafted and certified by the Attorney General for consideration. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, after independence, everyone knows that Namibia inherited a skew land ownership pattern due to past colonial and apartheid policies and laws. Thereafter, that is now after independence, the government of the Republic of Namibia has enacted various legislations and policies not only aimed at providing access to land and improving the living conditions of Namibians, but also to remove past discriminatory laws and previously committed injustices vis-à-vis the black Namibians. To this end, the Agricultural Commercial Reform Act of 1995 and the Communal Land Reform Act, Act No. 5 of 2002, and resettlement policies and the land policies were passed by this Parliament to regulate land allocation and administration, both in the commercial and communal areas. During the implementation of the legislation stated as above, it was found that there were some loopholes which were impeding the successful implementation of the land reform program in Namibia. Various amendments were made to the legislation, but on a piecemeal basis. The Ministry therefore embarked on an extensive amendment process to review the legislation, the whole legal framework, and to consolidate the two acts into one law. The purpose of combining the above said laws dealing with land is amongst others, or are amongst others, firstly, to have one land act governing land in Namibia. Secondly, to ensure that all land-related disputes are adjudicated by one land tribunal. And thirdly, to ensure that land acquisition and development funds continue to be utilized for commercial agricultural land development, while introducing a new chapter on communal land development fund for the development of communal land. Fourthly, to prohibit the acquisition of both communal and commercial land by foreign nationals, and to impose stringent measures for non-compliance with this provision and those that are conniving in such illegalities. To provide, that's the next, to provide for land committees to perform functions of issuing consent letters in areas where there are no recognized judicial authorities. And lastly, to provide for the inclusion of the resolutions of the Second Land Conference into the Land Bill. Allow me now to appraise the House of some of the new provisions included in the Land Bill. By and large, it is what we had in the two bills, that's the Agricultural Commercial Land Reform Act and the Communal Land Reform Act, with its provisions. They are by and large translated into the new Act, but there are, of course, new elements that were introduced and that are important. Chapter 1 contains the preliminary provisions. This chapter mainly deals with the definitions of words and phrases which have a specific meaning in terms of the context of this Act. And that is to provide clear guidance regarding how the legislation is interpreted and should be understood. Chapter 2 concerns communal land. This chapter deals with the administration of communal land and establishment of communal land boards, their roles, their powers, and their functions. The chapter also deals with the powers of traditional authorities vis-à-vis land administration, the establishment of land committees to fill the vacuum created in the absence of recognized traditional authorities. We have experienced situations where traditional authorities were either in limbo or not existing, and that created a vacuum in the administrative ability of land matters in those areas. Additionally, this chapter also provides for the establishment of communal land development fund. That fund will be used to pay for any compensation in connection with any termination of and cancellation of communal land rights, for the payment of agricultural infrastructure in communal land, for the payment of capacity building of the beneficiaries, and for providing farming inputs, as well as for payment of expenditure incurred in the valuation of land. All these functions were by and large depending on the budget. We now have created a fund dedicated to these very important activities that often were unfunded and under-resourced. We hope to deal with that through the establishment of the fund. The Land Bill prohibits foreign nationals in acquiring customary land rights or to enter into agreements or arrangements meant to acquire a customary land right. As will be agreed, I'm sure, our belief that foreign nationals do not possess any customs being practiced in Namibia traditionally, hence our stance on prohibiting customary land rights for foreigners. Foreign nationals are encouraged to apply for the right of leasehold in order to create jobs and contribute to the national economy. And there are special conditions for leaseholds, both for national non-customary rights and foreign leaseholds in communal lands. The penalties to a foreign national whoever is conniving with them to enter into arrangements or agreements with a foreign national to acquire customary land rights in whatever form will be liable also, and a fine of not exceeding 50,000 or the imprisonment of a period of not exceeding 1 year, or both. Such fine may be levied upon them. Chapter 3, Agricultural Commercial Land. Among the provisions provided in this chapter is the provision of acquisition of agricultural commercial land by foreign nationals through the registration of transfer of ownership in the deeds registry. Furthermore, the bill empowers the minister under this chapter to exercise compulsory acquisition and alienation of commercial agricultural land for other public purposes in addition to the land reform process. Chapter 4, Land Tax. On the property tax affairs, the Land Bill still provides for the valuation roll to be complied every 5 years and land tax to be imposed on commercial land as a means of revenue collection. Those taxes are based on the valuation roll that is to be complied and confirmed every 5 years. Chapter 5, the Lands Tribunal. The Land Bill still maintains the important section that is providing for relief measures for aggrieved parties in terms of price valuation from farmland and land allocation. It is also important to indicate here that the composition of the Land Tribunal members is increased from 5 members to 7 members to enhance its efficiency. Members will be appointed who have knowledge and experience in customary law. A member with experience in property valuation is also added to the Land Tribunal. The Land Bill dictates that 3 members of the Land Tribunal must be women. Another significant milestone in this chapter is that the operational extension of the Land Tribunal. The Land Tribunal will now be extended to also adjudicate land-related disputes emanating from both commercial and communal areas, as it was only concentrating on commercial areas previously. So as we have consolidated the Land Bill, we are also expanding the jurisdiction powers of the tribunal, which is at the level of the High Court, to adjudicate communal disputes. Chapter 6 are general provisions, and this chapter provides for the designation of staff members to carry out functions as prescribed by the law, delegation of powers, limitation of liability, service of notice of documents, delegations of powers and assignment of duties, as well as the making of regulations. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, it is my considered view that the Land Bill is now ready for a discussion in this House. The Namibian people have spoken. This Land Bill is indeed people-centred. Their views are considered in the Land Bill as per their resolutions of the Second Land Conference. This bill has also taken into account the high-level national development initiatives such as Vision 2030, the National Development Plans, as well as the SWAPO Party Manifesto of 2024. We will honour the commitment, and we have indicated in the above policy initiatives, to accurate land delivery, enhance access to land or expedite land allocation for agriculture, for the youth, for women, as well as acquire land to address the plight of people living in corridors, hitherto disadvantaged people like generational farm workers and communities that have had no joy in being served through the conventional resettlement policy for now. We are very much aware that land is at the core of our economic struggle. It is that basic commodity that must be leveraged, that brings about equality in our economic opportunities for people in our country, and the bill is an instrument through which we can achieve that. I therefore would like to appeal to this August House that when we are discussing this national asset, we should be guided by the notion of nation building and our mantra of one Namibia, one nation. Let us discuss the land bill without any hidden sentiments or emotions that would deter the enactment of this bill. Let us discuss the land bill with a clear mind to ensure that we are passing a law that is meaningful and that will impact on the lives of many Namibians that are not as fortunate as we are. I therefore wish this August House a fruitful discussion and appeal for your support and your consent to this important bill. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any discussions? I recognize Honorable Benani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, realizing the voluminous size of this bill, its interest to the country, its emotive nature, a matter that needs to be unlocked in our country is the land question. Realizing the time left for this Parliament to rise, I can only thank the Minister for bringing this bill in his tenure. But as a legislature, for us to discuss such a complex bill in 2-3 days that has to deal with land, I do not think we will do justice to this bill. My fervent advice is that we take note that the Minister is ending on a high note by bringing this bill. But I humbly and logically suggest to members of this House that land is very important, it's very central, it's very key to our people. We cannot rush a bill that addresses the land question. And our delegation that I have the honor to lead is agreeing with me that we postpone this bill to the 8th Parliament so that we can have an elaborative process of engaging and interrogating the bill. That is our submission, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Any further discussions? I don't see any. A proposal to defer. Should I put the proposal on the table? Any opposing view? Honourable Minister. He is proposing, because of its nature, complexity of the issue, to be discussed.
Honourable Speaker.
During the next Parliament.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Honourable Benani for the kind words he spoke. I'm very happy that I could table the bill and that I ended up in the hands of this House. And I will not resist to this House to decide whatever is in the best interest of the people. So if an emotive and crucial matter of this nature needs more attention by the people, and if that is the wish of the people, I am in the hands of the House. But I did my job, I brought it here, and it's for you to decide. That's our job. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, in the absence of anyone who wants to take the floor, the bill is it proposed by Honourable Okay. I recognize our Honorable Minister of Justice, then Honorable Jagerotwea. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to, this is really a matter of procedure. So while I understand that this is an important bill, and I would have hoped that there will be some discussions, at least initially, taking place so that one gets a sense of what the thinking is. But a postponement would then not be possible under our rules because it will be the end of term of this particular parliament. That means it will have to be reintroduced. The entire process will have to start. Even under the new rules, if you look at Rule 205, it says all bills that are not considered by the 7th Parliament would lapse at the end of this term and will have to restart again in the new term.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jagerotwea.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I take the floor and I want us to really be realistic. This bill is so thick and it covers various aspects. And I beg your pardon, I'll take a little bit more than 3 minutes so that at least we can appreciate that. And on our order paper, we have up to 38 reports to consider. And I must say, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, one of those reports is a petition on land issue. And on that petition, as the report will indicate when we get there, an extensive consultation with many other stakeholders did take place, of which I am not sure whether this bill has gone through that. We also included even the second land conference in that report that was brought about by a petition on land issue. And from the introduction, it also touches on the powers and functions of chiefs. So it is not a straightforward issue. I also want to join the honorable member who said, it's not a matter of rushing or us satisfying our procedures. If we could perhaps retreat a bit and take a principled decision and say the bill is here, but to do justice to it and to respond to the outcry of the Namibian people, that it should not just fall in the normal procedure and say for it to lapse. Let's take note of it and really be fair and say, let us refer to the next parliament, and it is not wrong for it to be reintroduced and take time to address the issue. It will not do us harm to do the right thing instead of us rushing it because we only have left with 2 days. I really want to appeal for the wisdom of the members here to see it in that light. Is a very humble plea. I submit, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I recognize Honorable Ndinda, followed by Honorable Jeriakan.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I just want to agree with Deputy Speaker, with Honorable Dowsell. The bill needs to be withdrawn. It needs to be withdrawn and then retabled by the next minister responsible for it, for the next parliament. It needs to be withdrawn. Thank you.
Honorable Jeriakan. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Comrade Deputy Speaker. I also support the idea that it should be referred to the next, because even the negotiations.
Can we listen?
Even the negotiations, if, for instance, let me give an example. 1994, before 1994, the government of Namibia was discussing with the then apartheid South African government regarding the middle of the Orange River, the border. Then government after government, up to today, that matter is still being discussed. So it does not lapse. The first parliament, or up to the sixth government, now we are going, it's the seventh government, if we take the parliament. So if all the agreements done, even by this government, and those agreements are not finished, it does not mean that they lapse and we restart the agreements or the negotiations again. It continued. So the same also applied to the land question.
The land bill.
The land bill must be referred to the next parliament. I think, yeah, let it be referred. So it means they must not, they will just start from where we end and continue. So it should be the same. So I support the idea. Thank you very much.
Okay, I listened tentatively to all. It appears that the idea is the same. Whether one mention, listen to the presiding officer. Listen to the presiding officer. I should think, taking from the contribution from the colleague who have spoken, I should think it's just prudent for the bill to be withdrawn, because this is it's not the same parliament. In terms of the provision, we can refer it to, there's a provision like that, but because of the end of this parliament, and you go to another one, we cannot legally and procedurally, we cannot just say, okay, we refer to you. We don't know what are they going to say. Henceforth, maybe, probably, I put it to you that the bill be withdrawn. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, with all due respect, I would be a fool if I bring a bill and then withdraw it the same day. My job is to bring it to Parliament, that Parliament discusses it. So my proposal, if you can listen to me, is I would ask Honourable Binani to postpone it till Tuesday next week. And then we don't discuss it and it lapses. But then it was with Parliament and we didn't finish the business. The aim and the objective is then also achieved that the bill will be carried over into the next. But withdraw, I will not. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Just postpone this today.
Honourable Maureen. Yeah, can we listen? Just wait for the... Yes.
The discussion of the bill up to the 19th. It's the 18th. 19th.
Up to?
19th of...
19th of?
March. 18th. No, 19th. Honourable Speaker, on the 18th we have the President here. So I don't know if we are sitting on the 19th. Otherwise, if we are sitting on the 19th, I would wish to postpone it to the 19th. Technical, let's make it 17th. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, if I have the floor, can I postpone it to the 17th on Monday?
Yeah.
That's all right, it's a last stand. 17th.
Yeah, on 19th. I understand that.
Are we still sitting on the 19th?
I understand.
Yes. Yes, on 19th. Thank you very much.
Then we make it postpone to the 19th. Yeah. So agreed. The next one is also a motion Andia, wait, yes? Yeah. I'm presenting. Okay, sorry. It's the agenda from the hospital. Okay, from the hospital. Okay. We proceed to the next item is another motion. The second notice of motion is one by Honourable Minister of Finance and Public Enterprise. Does Honourable Minister move the bill be introduced now?
I so move, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Who seconds the motion? Is there any objection? Then it's agreed to. Will the Honourable Minister please table the bill? The Secretary will now read the bill for the first time.
Public Procurement Amendment Bill.
Does the Honourable Minister of Finance and Public Enterprise move that the bill now be read for a second time?
I so move, Honourable Deputy
Any
Speaker.
objection? Who second? Okay, agreed to. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, I stand before you today to present the Procurement Amendment Bill of 2025 to address critical gaps identified in the implementation of the Procurement Act of 2015. Honourable members, the Public Procurement Act of 2015 came into operation on the 1st of April 2017 with the objectives to, among others, promote fundamental principles of procurement, which are inter alia fairness, transparency, accountability, efficiency, competitiveness, effectiveness, and integrity in the procurement process. The amendments proposed in this bill are driven by the agency to strengthen accountability and expedite the resolution of disputes so as to enhance transparency, efficiency, and fairness within the public procurement system in Namibia. Furthermore, the SWAPO Party Manifesto Implementation Plan 2025-2030 identified the establishment of a public procurement court to handle public procurement-related cases as one of the priority areas. Thus, the establishment of a dedicated procurement court, as outlined in this bill, is a significant step towards achieving this goal. Currently, challenges and disputes arising from public procurement processes are experienced, we continue to experience protracted resolutions, potentially hindering essential service delivery and discouraging fair competition. A case in point is the prolonged legal challenges in the procurement of essential goods such as pharmaceuticals, clinical supplies, and foodstuffs for hostel schools, which have led to recurring emergency procurements. This practice results in significant cost escalations for the government and diminishes competitive bidding. This amendment addresses these challenges by creating a specialized court within the Higher Court equipped to efficiently adjudicate matters related to public procurement. Specifically, this bill aims to, 1, establish a public procurement court. This will provide, as I said before, a specialized forum for resolving disputes, ensuring that matters are adjudicated by judges with the dedicated expertise in the area of public procurement. 2, define the jurisdiction of this court by clearly outlining the court's powers to hear appeals from the review panel, conduct reviews, and adjudicate non-compliance on matters that relate to public procurements, including those relating to the interpretation of the procurement law. 3, fast-track decisions, particularly for critical procurement such as pharmaceuticals and clinical supplies and other essential services. The bill mandates fast-tracking decision-making, ensuring timely delivery of vital services. The bill authorizes the Minister of Finance to designate additional essential goods, works, and services requiring fast decision-making by way of a directive. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, these amendments are not merely procedural amendments. They are fundamental to foster a robust and a trustworthy public procurement system by providing a dedicated avenue for dispute resolution. We will enhance investor confidence, promote fair competition, and ensure that public resources are used effectively and efficiently for the benefit of all Namibians. This bill represents a significant advancement in our efforts to strengthen governance and promote transparency. In closing, I wish to emphasize the fact that public procurement is a vital instrument for responsible fiscal management, ensuring public institutions deliver services effectively and contribute to our national development goals. Therefore, it is essential to conduct ongoing reviews of our legislative framework, such as through this Public Procurement Amendment Bill, to address identified shortcomings and ensure that our procurement system remains adaptable to evolving economic realities and emerging trends. This bill directly responds to the need for a more efficient and a just procurement process, particularly in dispute resolution, thereby safeguarding public funds and promoting effective service delivery. With this remark, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I urge all honorable members of this august House to support this critical legislation. I thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? I recognize Honorable Benani. Yeah, Honorable Dr. Minister of Health, Dr.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises for bringing this long overdue amendment to the Public Procurement Act. It is true and it's said that this act is a good one, but unfortunately there are also loopholes which has been exploited to make the process unmanageable. We in the Ministry of Health and Social Health Services have been the casualty of the current public procurement bill. I mentioned last year in this August House how the procurement of pharmaceutical and clinical supplies has been dragging on, and that has deprived the public of the essential services, and also the complaints from the public about the shortage of medicines and pharmaceutical supply. It stems from the current Procurement Act. I have given an example of the tender for the procurement of pharmaceutical and clinical supply, which the Ministry submitted to the Central Procurement Board in August 2021. And it has been doing the round between the review panel, the High Court, and as we are speaking now, that bill is still in the Supreme Court. It has not been resolved since 2021. Therefore, it's imperative to find a mechanism that will work, especially when dealing with issues of such critical importance as medicines to save lives. This has resulted in the fact that we have been forced to engage in a very expensive and unsustainable method, emergency procurement, to rescue the situation. And this cannot go on for long. And therefore, I wholeheartedly support the introduction of this amendment bill. And I would also urge that all identified loopholes which has been exploited also be covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. We are going to finalize probably the discussion before we go for tea break. Honorable Venani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I rise to air my views on this very important legislation in front of us. And as a footnote, I shall also discuss briefly the culture of good governance in our country. Because you cannot discuss this bill and its intended result without addressing the permeating culture of insider trading and corruption in our country. Why do we have consistent tender fights? This fight starts with a collusion of staff within a particular public entity. There is a road to be built. For this road to be built, bridges to be built, money must be made. Those that are very close to the tender specifications would write these specifications in such a manner that a particular company of a cousin must get the tender. So when we are addressing this court that we want to create, I think it's a good thing. But of course, the creation, we must also be very careful as we are going forward. And I've been warning government for a number of years that the creation of a large quankocracy, if there is a problem, you create an institution to deal with it. If there is a problem, you create an institution to deal with it. At the end of the day, you will end up with a very large government, a large quankocracy, a large systemic organization that you cannot be able to feed or to be able to sustain. And that we must be very careful that every problem, the solution is to create an institution to fight that problem. Sometimes the problem that we need to address is good governance, because there is nearly no tender, at least 80% of tenders in this country, given through procurement, there is 10% of corruption that goes to someone. It's just the reality that we are dealing with. Now, if we do not address the root causes of good governance and the root causes of corruption and try to address the root causes with a litigating process, we might not be able to achieve what we want. Now, what we are going to do with this court, and I'm not against it, I think it's a good idea to have a court. But now you are taking judges that are already overworked to be able to start mitigating remedies for a culture of corruption and collusion that has taken the country. We must start addressing insider trading and collusion within our institutions. Because how is it possible that many of the tenders that are happening in this country, whether pharmaceuticals, you can name it, there are always people that alleges and that claims, for me to get this tender, I should have done A, B, C, D. Or people coming to you and tell you that for you to get this tender, A, B, C should happen for us to do something for you. Now, one would address a tender dispute of a company that has received a tender at a court process. But would you be able, with the same court, be able to address a dispute that arises from insider trading and collusion before the tender is awarded? And that is the major disputes of our tenders starts there. You give a tender a company, somebody, there was a tender, without dramatizing it, at agriculture many years ago, where somebody got a tender for supplying government with axes and shafts and shovels and things. One axe that cost Agra $400 was charged $4,000, and this tender was awarded. Now, who awarded this tender? It should be someone within the ministry. The wrong party here is not the one who is corrupting the system. It's the one who is approving that corruption to go through. So I'm saying this to you, Mr. Minister, that yes, let's create this institution. But I'm not 100% convinced that by addressing the court and litigating would be the only solution towards addressing these tender frauds. Because what happens with this tender is that if Honorable Muinyangwe has a proposal, her proposal is stolen at submission within a particular ministry or a public entity. Then that proposal is given to Venani, and Venani goes and tender on the specifications and copying from her proposition, and I get the tender. And these are things that are happening. And there is, Honorable Dausa, there is a very important legendary case in South Africa. I think it's Steenkamp, I forgot that case. The case was a company that got a tender at a provincial government to supply cash ATMs to a provincial government. But it's a landmark case in the sense that when the court ruled in that case in South Africa to say, and it's a case of precedent, that's why I'm raising it with her. The court ruled and said, amongst many things, that the whole construction of the tender was constructed via corruption. It's not only the bidding process that should be adjudicated, but the whole process of arriving at it. So I am trying to say I support, and we support, to have a procurement court that would be judicious, expeditious, to deal with some of these problems. Because the health sector is inundated with these disputes and corruption of pharmaceuticals, of overcharging. You give a tender to somebody, buy chronic diseases tablets, for example, HIV, diabetic, high blood pressure, whatever you. The guy goes to India, he tenders on high-grade medicines, he goes to India, he buys low-grade medicine, buy himself a Porsche Cayenne, a nice car, a nice house, and these are the things that the people must live with it. So I agree with you, very briefly, let's have a procurement court, but let's be very careful that not a lot of institutions will be able to solve our problems. Our problems lies with good governance, and we must instill the culture of good governance within our systems. And I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister of Justice, Honourable Dausa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll be very, very brief. I just want to raise two important issues, Honourable Minister. The first one is, obviously, from an Office of the Judiciary point of view and that of the Judge President, and the Deputy Chief Justice, who would ordinarily be responsible for managing High Court proceedings, the concern would be whether or not, as an executive, we are dedicated to commit the resources that they will be requiring to set up an institution of this kind. I think there is a general policy stance from that perspective, at least from the consultation that we've had during the drafting of this particular piece of legislation, and the focus being on the court itself. I think the discussion is, and I'm happy that the language in the statute provides for consultation with the Office of the Judiciary and the Minister responsible for Finance and Procurement to ensure that this court, something similar is replicated for the Supreme Court, because typically, if you look at appeal and review processes, it will go from the High Court to the Supreme Court, and you don't want that process to be stalled because a similar provision has not been made available. So I hope that at least in the next administration, there will be a firm discussion around the resources, and there will also be a firm discussion around what the rules will look like, and also what kind of dispensation are we looking for the Supreme Court. I do want to just indicate, over Minister, and I would like your commitment to provide support to the Office of the Judiciary in having a more expanded policy discussion about various either rules and or court systems that will be speeding up various important issues of national interest. And I wanted to just say that it's important that that conversation, as a basis that this would take from, would be accelerated in the new administration. Otherwise, I support the bill. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Anna Ipondoka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I just stand in short to seriously support this amendment bill. The Minister of Education has got the longest court challenge, which I believe is more than 10 years now, for the feeding of hostels learners, which resulted in emergency procurement, and them also focus their own challenges. So honestly, this is a bill that we need to support, and definitely one believes it will bring an improvement on the service delivery in our ministries. I say submit, and I support the bill.
Good. Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I also do support measures that would improve the procurement system, and I think the Procurement Court is one of those efforts that try that. However, I want to make 2 points. Now, the first point was probably somehow touched by Honorable Benani, and that's the matter of value for money. I do not believe that a judicial process like that can determine the value for money. So I want to understand the disputing parties. Can that be the state also, when it is unhappy with the value for money? Are we part of the disputing parties? It looks not. It is only those that quarrel about what they get. And Comrade Deputy Speaker, our procurement board today has given tenders, big tenders, millions, hundreds of millions, to 6-year-olds. It has given 5-year-olds. It has given tenders to traditional authorities to build roads. So there's an indication that the understanding of the board to make sure that we get value for money from those that we give the tenders is absolutely gone. It's not existing. And the result is only one. The 5-year-old has a proxy which eats from the money that the 5-year-old is supposed to get. The traditional authority is just a proxy. It passes on the tender and gets a share for doing nothing. So the concept of value for money is not addressed. And I think that is the state's biggest concern, or should be the state's biggest concern. And therefore, I think, inasmuch as the court may decide disputes on procedural matters and so on, it does not address that problem, which is at the core of any good procurement. The second point is, now there's provision that the court can entertain out-of-court settlements and make it an order. Deputy Speaker, that out-of-court settlement can only be one thing: more expensive for the taxpayer. Because now the two parties agree on an compensation for the service that both of them are happy. Now, I don't think that that is in line of an efficient procurement system that also protects the taxpayer or treasury who is making money or make money available to it. So those are 2 points. And then the last point I have is talking to 61.3, that is. The Minister may by noticing that determine the essential goods, works and services referred to in subsection 2. Now, I had a question why we carve out a position for pharmaceutical and clinical issues, but we disregard water provision, we disregard food provision, we disregard catering tenders for schools, we disregard many other essential services that are, I believe, sometimes even more important than clinical services, like the provision of water. They are not yet included in a process where we can speed up the ability to deliver water to our citizens. So I would be more comfortable if these essential services are not left to be decided by anybody, the minister, on consultation or whatever, but if we make pharmaceutical and clinical services and essential services in the Act, they must also be in the Act and not left to a regulation or a determination of the minister. So I wonder whether that is possible or not, and I think we have a good understanding what essential services are. They are life-threatening services. Fire brigade services, are they included? I don't know. And these days we outsource everything. So I believe we must be careful in what do we put in the Act and protect it by the Act vis-à-vis what is outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much.
By the way, intervention must be 5 minutes. Eh? I'm sorry to say that for you.
So what to be is 5 minutes. Eh? Others can. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm used to. Deputy Speaker, I support, in the first instance, to support this bill. Very important. It's a very much important. I think, from experience and from the ministry I'm sitting from, it's really one of those issues that have been affecting us in terms of delivering on the infrastructure we need to deliver our people. I can tell you, we have a procurement that is still lying there at the procurement board and review panel for the past 4 years. And the train can now no longer reach Rudreds because it's just there. We have put up the proper infrastructure just to procure the rail for the extension from Ondangwa to Oshakati. We cannot get those rails. And those earth embankment is now being destroyed because of just to conclude that procurement. It's very, very serious. And I just applaud Comrade Minister and your team and the entire cabinet for ensuring that these things come at this moment. Comrade Minister, I think on the issue, I was also there, but I think I saw that it is covered. The issue of the other essential, I think it's covered under clause 61.3, where it says the minister may, by notice in the Gazette, determine the other essential works, goods, works, and services referred to in subsection. I think it might be covered. However, Comrade Deputy Speaker, the issue here, I want to see if it can be addressed, Comrade Minister. It doesn't need to be amended now because I think it's very much urgent, and it's urgent so, because we still have a number of issues that need to be resolved. I think as we move on in the future, one of the issues that also need to be addressed is really the issue of whether this court, because here it's only talk about court, whether it will be decentralized or to be a central point. I think that's much very important. Because currently, as we sit, each agency, including the local authorities and the regional councils, have their own procurement boards. That is now in exclusion of the central one. Now, if you look at these agencies, local authorities, the regional councils, you will find that there are possibly close to over 100 of them. And disputes emanating from here, they are also in their hundreds. And the courts, as we know them, they are already overwhelmed with the number of cases. So it might be important, possibly, if in the future we can consider to decentralize, or if we can have dedicated judicial personnel who will be dedicated to this, so that we do not again create another pile up of unresolved procurement cases. The other issue that also could be considered, Comrade Minister, in the future really is the issue as addressed here. When you look at the section I think I referred to, it only says that the procurement must at the conclusion of a hearing or within 30 days after the conclusion. So, but it does not say when it must start after it has been lodged. So there will be a dispute. A person submits the case to the court, and it will be heard after 6 months. It might be another challenge. Possibly, as we are addressing, I think here there is an issue of the rules, Comrade Minister. Possibly in the rules, possibly also in the rules, it must be addressed that it must be heard within a particular very short time frame, so that we also address this issue. Of paramount to appreciate this is that, in my experience and knowledge to this, is informed in particular where Comrade Minister of Basic Education evaluated to Comrade Deputy Speaker, that some of these companies, in particular these large companies, they know a time that they do not have a case, they will go to the higher court. They know the higher court, this will only be heard after 6 months or after a year. By then, they continue to supply that service or those goods to the government. And once the court has concluded, they appeal. And again, the appeals takes another 6 months just before it had or a year. And though it goes and goes, the court sends it back to the ministry or to the central procurement. If the process starts again, they appeal. And that's how it goes and goes and goes. I think it's very much important, Comrade Minister, that as we are going to address some of these issues in the rules, it must be so stringent to close all those loopholes that have been currently been exploited by these companies at the expense of the masses and the expense of the state. I so submit, Comrade Minister and Comrade Deputy Speaker, and I wholeheartedly support this important bill. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ekanjo.
Thank you, Comrade Deputy Speaker. Comrade Deputy Speaker, here we are talking about the bidder and the supplier. I think the whole system of tendering, for the people outside there, if they see where must the ordinary people, a person, he does not own anything, but he sees the abuse. Did we make provision where such a person can also have the access to the procurement board, court, or where? For instance, at mixed settlement opposite mixed settlement here in Windhoek, opposite Yan Japan, there is that school. The school started 2 years ago. Up to now, that school is abandoned. It was a construction, and the people are complaining. Where must they go? Why with this whole tendering, a person gets tender, after 2 months he buys a Land Cruiser and he abandons the project. Why can't the whole process, including this court we are talking about, confiscate the whole property if a person gets a tender? Just like in the fish rod scandal. Those people, their farms, their property has been confiscated. Why can't we also do the same with the tendering? It is countrywide, it's a complaint. I'm talking as a layman. People in the villages, people outside there, when they see the tender, they see the construction is not finished, they don't say it's the supplier. Now we only talk about supplier and the bidder. What about the whole process? Just like Comrade Venani have said. Huh? The whole process is rotten. The whole process is rotten. Constructions for all these years, a person get a tender. I think a person who get a tender, there must be condition. You get a tender. Once you receive the money, you must finish phase 1. If you misuse, we confiscate all your property. Such a thing must be in the tendering. People benefit. They buy Land Cruisers and abandon the whole thing. And for the people outside there, they say it's a government. They don't say it's a procurement board or it's a whatever. They say, look, this government. I think really the whole tendering process must be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Opindi, Dr. Opindi.
I'll be very, very short. I support the proposal, but I support it only for 2 reasons. One, as an interim measure, because we do not appreciate what we are seeing in the hospitals, with the tenders of medicine being held up for years, again creating some other problem. But this, for me, as I think Honorable Venani and others have said so clearly, we are only trying to treat a symptom. We are not treating the actual problem that is causing the real problem within the procurement board. The issue, the principal problem itself lies with the principal act itself. It is a very destructive act in itself, and I'm going to save my diagnosis for another debate. And for me to go and create another court just because you are having operational inefficiency within the problem, it is just complete wrong. Otherwise, we are going to end up creating many courts for many other sectors that are going to come up. So if there was a problem within the court system of Namibia, the High Court, surely then capacitating the High Court aggressively is much better than creating a court just to deal with your tendering processes. There's so much in value chain, operational inefficiency. Even the centralized procurement system in itself, where you have one tender, literally for the whole country, is just not going to work for the country. It is actually creating a problem where a person in Katima is waiting for medicine that are going to be procured by centrally, and inside that trading is a clear and present danger. It's actually bordering on sovereignty, because and if we don't tackle that inside the trading, where people are getting their wealth through colluding with companies, we are going to destroy this country, I can tell you that. And if you look at it, the principal act must therefore be diagnosed fully, as we are approving these interim measures that the minister has brought to us. The principal act must be diagnosed fully, and we really find what is the crack of a matter. It does not even protect Namibian industries sometimes. You find they are even giving tenders in terms of sectors that can be done by Namibian companies themselves. So let us diagnose, let us approve this amendment by the minister, and it will be I think it will, in the interim, it will solve problems, especially with regard to medicine. But let it also be a fact of a matter that this House expresses is the House representing the people of Namibia, that the procurement bill act must be fully and completely reviewed and problems tackled once and for all. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kapofi.
Thank you, former Deputy Speaker. I was listening to Honorable Benani talking about Kwangocracy. Kwangos is a term used in the UK, these small and quasi-government bodies. Those Kwango, you do this Kwango here, Kwango there. It's Kwangocracy. He coined it very nicely. It's not really a solution to our problem. At the beginning, when we were members of the tender board, those of us, the Kalens ourselves, myself, a couple of you here, Kawanas, we would go to the tender board and we will ask the bidder to be visited. Go and visit that place, see. We went there, you send people to verify this guy who claimed to be able to do this, where is he operating from? It has been the case. But then we were accused of inside trading. But I can tell you that system worked better than the system we have now. It worked because now you are giving somebody to do your work. He doesn't even feel the pain. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have a feeling. Somebody who is sitting there presiding over the tender board or something, he doesn't have, or she doesn't have a feeling of what you feel. Nothing. At the beginning, government was receiving preferential treatment by suppliers. It's the opposite today. Why? I always quarrel with my people. I say, why don't we negotiate? Why don't we negotiate? Why is this price? No, that vocabulary is not there. The people don't know these things. I said government should get a better deal. Apparently, the Act prohibits. But everything is against the state. If you go to Lady Pohamba or Roman Catholic and see the hospitals, how do they buy their things? How do they buy them? Don't they go through tender systems? Why is our tender so infested with problems? So we definitely have to look at it. The other thing perhaps we need to benchmark, and I suppose we did, with other people, best practices. There is what is called life audit system. So that if you are found to be living beyond your means, you are asked to explain where did you get all these others. If it's done to me, everyone else will follow, will know that if you do it, they will follow you. We don't do these things, we just speak about them. As long as we do that, because now people are entitled to these things. What Comrade Nekundi says about these people just going to court and continue with this tender is so true, because people know the system is so weak. And we cannot do anything. So it's a good effort, and as Comrade Upindi said, it's probably just an interim system while we are sorting it out, because really it's not fair for the hospital to not have medicine for 4 years because of a tender. No, it's not fair. How do the others survive? Mediclinic, Roman Catholic, they have what they want. How do they buy theirs? And is it only now this because it is a public thing? But public thing is exploited. It's very unfair. I support the tender, the bill, but we need to start to have some teeth to bite. The system must just to bite, because the collusion is within the system.
Yeah.
Yes, it is there. We see it. You fight it. You see. You feel it, comrades. So we have to. Our system must. We must ask. We start to ask questions. People don't even care about whether this cost government $10 or here is $20. No, nothing. As long as it just goes. Why? Is it because there is a benefit elsewhere? So I think that maybe that we are discussing it, we are on the right track. Thank you. I support it.
Yeah, I pause here because from the beginning I didn't explain the reason why we didn't go for direct to the questions. But if you agree with me, there is a pertinent question posed by Honorable Jerry Ekanjo. That question of your bill. Just listen. To be answered by the minister in presidency, but she. No. What I'm saying, just listen to me. I want to, because the minister is give me a note to say she's going somewhere at 5 o'clock. Maybe I can give her a chance to answer that question. And then we can proceed. Okay. Honorable Christine, you go and come back to answer that question. Please, because we have set up to 9 o'clock. Come back to answer that question. It's okay. Yeah, I recognize Honorable Natalie Huachoses. You have the floor, madam. Okay, now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
yeah, can we listen? Yes.
Honorable members of the 7th Parliament, fellow Namibians, since yesterday, my pain, and today again this pain is just getting worse. And therefore I shall premise my very brief intervention on Article, maybe it's not relevant, 45 of our Constitution. And I quote, "The members of the National Assembly shall be representative of all the people and shall, in the performance of their duties, be guided by the objectives of this Constitution, by the public interest, and by their conscience." I am at pain to be part of a nation that should be told by the courts what is right and what is not right. We cannot be a nation to take everything that was from the very beginning. If the instruments of the governance was effective,
We don't need these so many courts in our republic. So therefore, as much as I agree with the second last speaker, Doctor, let this be an interim measure. But the time that I was the chairperson of the tender board in Omega region, we had very less problems. I don't even know what the issue was, why this Procurement Act was so hastily promulgated and passed as an act. And very shortly after its implementation, there were issues raised with the Principal Act, because when we started to implement the Act in its entirety, not only the court issues, there were so many loopholes that are today used against what we are seeing that is now resulting into the establishment of the courts. So therefore the whole Procurement Act, Act number 15 of 2015, needs to be overhauled in its entirety. Because if we are not true to ourselves, if Article 45 does not speak to us, if the conscience is not right in our minds, I think let there be a time that we must pause and look at these national issues. As I am sitting, I was approached. I'm a business person. I've declared my interest by two young Namibians who are carrying the pink form, a cash document of 18 million, tender provided to them. They don't even have a registered business. They approached me 2 weeks ago so that I can stand in for them, because my business is in good standing with NAMRA and BIBA. They don't have any of this, but they are carrying a purchase order of 18 million Namibian dollar. So these are, I will not mention the names, but these are some of the things. It's not a court issue. These are administrative issues that are happening. So, Honorable Speaker, fellow Namibians, let us handle these matters in all seriousness it deserves. Courts can come later, but the whole process from the very beginning until it reaches those unqualified type of tenderers is wrong. We need to look into these aspects, and then probably we can go to the courts and establishments of those whatever things. But the whole process, as far as I'm concerned, I am the living testimony. I was meeting these young Namibians. I did not want to go into detail. I was about to assist them, but I had a lot of questions, and my conscience did not allow me to assist them. Thank you very much.
I recognize Honorable Musso.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll be brief. Two issues. One, the issue of courts I support. In any instance, when courts are specialized, this just helps issues to be narrowed down, and courts deal with tender-specific issues. So that issue I support. The question I have for the Minister of Finance is what happened to the process of direct procurement? When I saw that this bill was being tabled, I had the expectation that there will be a relaxation in terms of bringing back, or at least phasing back in parts of direct procurement. The reason why I say this is because with the Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Security, we visited a number of holding cells and prisons. And some of these prisons where women sleep, they don't have light bulbs, they have plumbing issues, women have to menstruate in the dark, change their pads in the dark because there are no bulbs. And we asked the regional commander at the time, who is now moved to Omaheke, but he used to be in Oshobandrupa, Chiveze. And he mentioned, very, very competent, and he said that the procurement process has become so cumbersome that if they don't buy these light bulbs or paint or plumbing utilities by themselves, they will wait a year or 2 years or 3 years because of the limitations of the Procurement Act. Similarly, and another issue that derives from direct procurement, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the newspapers, if you read tender adverts, you'd see that a ministry, this was the ICT ministry a couple of weeks ago, advertised for the procurement of paper, you know. And to me, it just didn't make any logical sense that a staff member of that particular ministry, whatever ministry, can't just go to Walton's and buy the paper. And there's two problems with this, right? The one problem is that when you tender, people that provide quotations ask you with no shame, is this for government or is this private? When it is private, they quote at the correct prices, but when it is government, they almost quadruple the prices because there's so many people in the line that need to benefit, instead of somebody going to Walton's and buying the stationery, which to me I don't understand what problem was there that this act or the provisions of this act sought to remedy. Because to me, it seemed that this was perhaps just an opportunity created to introduce a tendering system where sometimes it's not necessary. We don't need to tender to buy light bulbs. We don't need to tender to buy pens. We don't need to tender to buy papers. Somebody can literally go into Walton's or wherever and go buy the papers. Do you get what I'm saying? So the question really, Honourable Minister, is my expectation when the amendments to this bill came was that direct procurement to some degree must be reintroduced or phased in so that we cut out some of these unnecessary costs, but also so that we have efficiency, because the person that suffers is the consumer. This is the end user that suffers. It's not us who make the laws that suffer. It's not the tender board that suffers. It's not the government that suffers. It's the end user that suffers. And this is really my expectation. We need to phase back in direct procurement at least until a certain threshold so that we're able to get the basics in. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yes, I recognize Honourable Maureen when he break.
No tea break.
After the
Can I be after the tea break?
Yeah. Proceed.
Okay.
There's
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, if I have the floor, I first of all just rise to support the need for the principal intent of the bill. And I'm taking the floor because I did not have an opportunity, if my minister is listening to me as well, if I did not have the opportunity to give input before, so mine is just to add to the issue here that the principle or the intent of the bill is to facilitate a speedy process or regime for finalization of procurement disputes, as the current process drags litigations over procurement. But my question would be, did we explore other options? For example, for it to be catered for by proper rules of court to regulate it. The implications of the above process is also, like the Minister of Justice highlighted, it will require more funds for development of the electronic case management system, because the High Court has got an electronic management system that does not make provision for a new court room, additional court. And therefore, they will have to develop or improve on their system. Apart from that, it also would ask for more judges and staff, because it will mean the electronic case management system that is now known as the e-justice will need will need more development to create separate stream, division for filing, of this case and for proper implementation of the entire case management. Also, to add that they will need, the court will be asked to designate staff members. But what I thought that the bill is also not addressing is providing for proper timelines in the Act as for the resolution of the finalization of the matters. Like in the Electoral Act, I think there is special provisions made that it creates for it to be speedily resolved. So I thought maybe we could, with the assistance of the Minister of Justice, see how this compared to the Electoral Court provisions, because that did not require a separate court, but it has got guidelines that specifies on timelines, and maybe that will be another way of dealing with the matter. I so submit, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And then Honourable Dinda.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, sorry. Honourable Deputy Speaker, before I give my contribution, I just want to remind the honourable members of our painful experience with the last elections. In that elections, ECN made it very clear to us that according to the Public Procurement Act, political parties, which are the stakeholders, are not allowed to be part of the vetting process of the tender board for the ballot papers. And what was happening, since we will not even have access to the companies who applied to get the tender for the ballot papers, we were not aware who put in the tenders, we were not even aware who was shortlisted, because we were not allowed to that there was no privilege given to us for that information. And it cost us dearly, because at the end of the day, it was in the hands of ECN to decide whom they are giving the tender, even if you have 20 criminal cases against you, because this act allowed them to do so. So from that understanding, it was a lesson learned, and I thought Honourable Janingwa was sitting next to me in those meetings, could have been here today to tell you what experiences we went through this tender exercises. So, Honourable Minister, I agree with Honourable Kwa who says, please, this whole bill needs to be looked into. There are so many issues. Bringing it in pieces by pieces will not solve our problem. I am wondering, where does this issues of tendering coming from? Where does it come from? Because to me, this is a new thing. And from my understanding, we are creating jobs for middlemen. And this is not our achievement, this is not our aim, this is not our objective. We don't want to create jobs for middlemen. If we can go cheaper, why not? I'm just wondering, tenders for cleaners, are we serious? If you give up a tender for cleaners, of course the prices will inflate, but the person who are being appointed as the cleaner at the end of the day will be at the receiving end, because you will not get medical aid, which if government could have employed these people, could have had medical aid, could have had pension, but the money is going into the pocket of that individual who got the tender. So we are sitting here with the issue of corruption, because this is escalating of corruption. We are inviting corruption with the tender processes. And the people who are suffering is the people outside there. And we as politicians, we are being blaming for making laws which we don't even understand ourselves. So can't we look into this public procurement bill from scratch one, instead of bringing in these pieces, which I agree 100% on, but I feel we can do much better. There are too many loopholes in the system. We need to be sorted out first before we can go. There is the Minister of Health. I have to come to him and say, I cannot go every month to the pharmacy to buy for this anti-high blood pressure tablets, diapers,
and all these things, because there's nothing in the hospital. It is so unfair towards the poor people outside there. They are suffering because of this tender. And then they even have the audacity to go to court if they don't get the tender. Because they have inside information, no, you were the best, but because you were what, and they give it to that one, and that one got bribed. So I am being bribed, so I am getting money out of the deal. While the person who could have given a better job didn't got the tender. So this is how far we have gone with this issue. So with all respect, Honourable Minister, I hope you will come back as the Minister of Finance and not as the Vice President to solve these issues in the new Parliament. Solve it in the new Parliament and let us not rush through this thing. I'm humbly asking, let us not rush through it. Take it back and bring it next week again. Let them deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I just want to have clarity on two issues here. It is my understanding that procurement is throughout and function of the Minister of Finance, or resorts under the Ministry of Finance. That is my understanding. And at the same time, I also do understand that courts are resorting under the jurisdiction, under the judiciary. Now, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the basic thing with me is that here we are stating that the Judge President may, after consultation with the Minister, make rules and regulate the conduct of the proceedings of the Procurement Court. What I'm asking is now, the Minister is already part and parcel of the procurement panel. And he, for my information, has also appointed some people specifically to that board himself, which we doubt why he has done that. Now he has to prescribe also to the Judge President what the rules and regulations has to be. How fair is the outcome of these decisions going to be? The other thing that I want clarity on is, it is mentioned here in 61F2 that procurement must determine all pharmaceutical, clinical and supply related to procurement matters and other essential goods, works and services within 14 days. It was last year in this court where the Minister of Health was seeking for a waiver of up to, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was it 600,000 or 6 million to purchase pharmaceuticals because it's very urgent. Now, if each and every ministry has to seek a waiver to do that because of its urgency, what purpose is the procurement court going to fulfill if there's a dispute? Because the panel review is, in my opinion, operating under the rules and regulations that has been laid down by the Minister of Finance. And at the same time, he is also to influence the rules and regulations under which the court has to operate. How are these things going to work at the end? So I think it is a very good idea to bring in a procurement court, but I think it is too hastily, and the period that we are having left over to consider all these things is very short. Therefore, I think, as we have dealt with the previous bill that came here, let us defer it back to the next Parliament so that they can really
have enough time to consider these things. Because the time period that we are having left over before we raise is too short. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, you wish to reply?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your comments and input. We appreciate your comments. I'm going to respond to some of the questions, but not question by question.
Why don't you?
Yeah, because many of them are really just comments.
You cannot postpone it till tomorrow.
I thought they have given him an opportunity.
Okay. With that, because 5 o'clock is coming, can we go for tea break? When we come, yes. I need to go somewhere. I will come back at 5. postpone tomorrow for respond.
No, we can't postpone.
No, it cannot be done. It cannot be done in the same day. That's the dilemma. Oh, yeah. But when he responds, still a second reading. Apparently, you can only do that tomorrow.
I can only do it tomorrow.
Yes.
It's fine.
The House is called to order. We are now going for the order of the day. A resumption on the second reading, Judicial Amendment Bill. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Resumption of debate on second reading, Judiciary Amendment Bill.
The Minister replied yesterday. I now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Any objection? Then agreed to. The Secretary will now read the bill for a second time. The Secretary will read.
Judiciary Amendment Bill.
Yeah, thank you. And then tomorrow is committee stage. Yes, like that, yeah.
No. The rules. Yes, the guy she did this one. The rule says one.
There is no read in committee stage, colleague. Tomorrow is the committee stage. Yes. Yeah. Have you taken tea enough? We will proceed. It's not wrong. We will explain to you. It's not wrong. Tomorrow is a committee stage. It's not wrong. Yeah. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Resumption of debate on the drought assistance measures is provided to the farmers through Agribank by the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises, and also to discuss the full implementation of the recommendation of the Standing Committee on Economics and Public Administration on the Financial Institution and Markets Act, FIMA in short.
When this Assembly adjourned yesterday, the 12th of March, 2025, the question before the Assembly was a motion by Honorable Katamero that the motion be adopted. Honorable Hengari adjourned the debate. She's not here. Anyone who would like to discuss? I recognize Honorable Fris, then Honorable Murora, then Honorable Minister of Finance, Nabushim. Now, Honorable Fris.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would only want to put my thoughts on the drought assistance to the farmers through Agribank. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I support the motion that was brought by Honorable Katamelo. It was a very good thought by the Honorable Member to bring this motion to the House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is very disturbing for me as a farmer and also as a member of the society to learn and experience that there should be discrimination to farmers when drought assistance had to be given. The farmers who were in default for, I understand, more than a year is being penalized to get access to the drought relief aid, which I think is very much insensitive and discriminatory to the farmers. Let's take, for instance, a client in a local authority setup which owes the municipality or the town council or a village council the monies that need to be paid on the services rendered. The local authorities go into agreements with clients to tell them, okay, you have an overdue account, let's deal with the overdue account on a separate case and let you go pay the current account as usual. Now, what was so difficult for the agribank to do the same with the farmers? I mean, drought is not invited by us, and we are suffering as farmers to protect that little livelihood that we have. Now you are told if you are in arrears, then you don't qualify for drought relief aid. That is really, really discriminating towards the farmers. And what happens at the end? The same agribank will come and take that farm from me and sell it. Then I am worse off than I was actually at. So how do you compare these treatments that we receive from the agribank? Therefore, Honorable Catamelo, you brought a very good motion. I support it wholeheartedly, and I think and believe that all of us in this House should support this motion of the Honorable Catamelo. Thank you very much.
Then Honorable Muroro, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I will be very short. And I must say from the start on that I fully support the motion of Honorable Catamelo, and thereby I would mention that Agribank needs to understand in the first instance that drought is an emergency situation in the first instance. And we need to understand and take an example, for example, of a person. Let me say I've got a criminal record. And simply because I lay a charge against my friend, Honorable Kennedy, the court cannot tell me that you, Dudu, has got a criminal case, therefore I'll not hear the case against Kennedy from your side. Drought does not discriminate at all to any person. It does not look at the status, it does not look at the bank account of a person. The other thing that needs to be understood is that farmers are producing many things. And we can take, for example, farmers are producing tomatoes, potatoes. But Just go to the shops and find out what the prices of those produces are. One of them is also meat. The price of meat, how high it is. But most of the farmers are selling their livestock on hoof, and the slaughterhouses are buying them. But I can tell you and guarantee you, the bank and the minister can go back to the data. The prices of livestock is still where it was 5 years back. So how could this farmer be up on date with his arrears with the bank? Because most of the farmers are selling live animals on the hoof. So it's a very difficult situation when to farm. Therefore, I'm pleading with this House and you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that we have to honour the motion of Honourable Katamelo, because it's a very serious motion, seeing that drought is an extraordinary emergency situation, and it is for that reason that the President declares it as a very difficult situation which requires the assistance of everyone who is in need of it. Not looking at whether the person owes who and therefore should not be assisted. I thank you very much.
Finance, Honorable Ipungu Shime.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise to provide some information to the members of Parliament because context always matters. And it's always important to understand the genesis and origin of things. So the genesis of this relief program started with a conversation between us at the Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises with groups of farmers who came actually on different occasions. They came to consult with us. They came to share with us their pains that because of the drought, they are not able to survive. So they were saying that if we are not going to do something, we are going to lose our farmers. Now, having listened to them, we then consulted with Agribank and decided to initiate a program that is going to provide some relief to farmers. Now, one of the principles that was built in there was that for a farmer to be assisted, we must assess the impact of drought on that farmer. So all the farmers are impacted by drought the same way. But there are farmers who have been behaving when drought was not there. There are those who were not behaving because they were simply not paying their farm loans, even in good years. So the principle was then, those who were behaving in good years are worth looking at. Those who were neglecting their loans, these are not good citizens, and therefore they cannot be assisted with taxpayers' money, because this is essentially what it means is that the state is going to pay on behalf of the farmers. So that was a principle that was built into that program. So then Agribank started implementing the program. Again, farmers came back. They raised concerns that, first of all, the cut-off point, because the cut-off date was the 31st of March, 2024. And then the farmers made an argument that 2024, the drought did not only start in 2024, the drought started earlier. So there were many discussions among ourselves, Agribank and the farmers. We then agreed with the farmers that instead of using 2024, we must use 2023. So the cut-off date was then changed to 2023. Now, when that decision was taken, that yes, it's fair to go back to 2023, there was then a consensus, because this issue, as I said, it was discussed at different platforms, including a meeting that was
convened by the Vice President of the country. So there was then a consensus reached that, yes, we can now start implementing the program, because the program was stalled because of the differences. We can now start to implement the program. It's not perfect. Like anything in life, it will never be perfect. We can fine-tune as we go along. So that was a principle. What also then happened was, it was also agreed, because this program is running for 2 years. It's not only a one-year program. It's actually running for 2 years, ending only next year. So even in this year, we are going to propose to Parliament a provision to help farmers through the same program. So it was then said, when we start to implement the second phase of the program, which will start in the next financial year, we will then incorporate some of the views that were expressed by farmers that were not taken on board earlier. And that process is yet to come. It has not started yet. So as I told Honorable Katamelo, the consultation process is still ongoing. And therefore, give us time to consult. We will come back with the new rules on how the program is going to work in the second phase. So I agree with some of the proposals that are being made here, but again, it's important to understand that we must incentivize good behavior. We must not incentivize bad behavior. Otherwise, we are going to create a society that is not going to behave well, so to speak. Some of the things that even Honorable Venani here was talking about when we were talking about the bill, we will still talk about that tomorrow. It really depends on how we mold our people as a society. Otherwise, if we are going to mold them in a way that we are incentivizing wrong behavior, all these institutions are going to collapse. So the suggestions that have been given here will be taken on board. We will then discuss with all the farmers' union. But what I also want to encourage is that when we reach a consensus that we should proceed, this was done with all the farmers' union. And I want to encourage members of parliament who are farmers to be in good standing with the farmers' union, so that when there are issues and there are consultations that have to take place, you are also represented there. Because this is how we consult. We don't consult farmers in parliament. We consult them through their unions. And all those farmers were actually represented. I can actually read to you the farmers' union that were part of the discussions. Namibia National Farmers Union, Namibia Agricultural Union, Namibia Emerging Commercial Farmers Union, previously disadvantaged Namibian Farmers Union. All these were part of the discussions. So I hope all of you who are farmers are members of these unions, because these are the ones that are representing the farmers. And I want to encourage members of parliament to actually become members of of these unions. If you are not members, please pay up your membership fees and join so that we can consult you properly. I so submit. Comrade Deputy Speaker, on the drought relief program. The second thing I want to mention, again, information is important. There was a mention of part of the report or motion table was on the FEMA. It's important to understand that FEMA as a law has not been passed yet. Or it has not been put into force yet. It has been passed by Parliament. Yes, Honorable Katamelo, just bear with me. It has been passed by Parliament, but it has not been made operational yet. Yes, and the reason is that there are some reference problems that have to be fixed, and therefore it will come back to Parliament. Okay. Why did it not come back to Parliament yet? So you may recall one of the things that the FEMA bill, it's an act now. The FEMA Act, there is a regulation that is a draft regulation that was issued or that was developed, not issued yet. That was developed under the Act to regulate pension schemes. In other words, what people call the preservation regulation. So, which essentially says, if you are a member of a pension fund and you leave your employment before you reach your retirement age, part of the pension must be preserved so that it's kept for you until you reach retirement. When that regulation was issued for consultations, the public raised some concerns. It was then agreed between us and the representative of different stakeholders, including the union, that we need to consult widely on that specific regulation. We then set up a team consisting of different stakeholders who are representing members of pension funds to have nationwide consultations. So they went around all over the country to talk to pension fund members to get and solicit their views as to how do we manage this issue of pension preservation. So that committee is now about to conclude its work. I believe hopefully by next week or the week after next week, they will present a report to the Minister of Finance with some recommendation as to how do we deal with the issue of preservation. So once that is done, I believe the Minister will now be in a position to see whether there are additional amendments that have to be made to FEMA before it comes back to Parliament. Because we stayed that process because we wanted to see what will be the outcome of this consultation process. Maybe there will be additional recommendations that will come out of this consultation before we bring back FEMA to Parliament. So it will come back. And I believe members will have a chance to express themselves if they need to change additional provisions or add additional provisions to FEMA. That opportunity will be there. The only thing I want to mention, because there's also a call or a request that regulations must also come to Parliament. We seem to be changing the jurisprudence of Namibia, because every law in Namibia, there are many, most of the laws that we pass here make provisions for regulations to be passed. Mm-hmm. And that's the permission we have given either to ministers to make these regulations. We seem to want to treat FEMA differently. So we can't change the jurisprudence of Namibia that has been established for a long period. So if Parliament can still be consulted, just like, just like when we consult, but it can be only be unique to FEMA. And unless we are going to change the whole legal framework and say, no more regulations, every regulation will have to come to Parliament. Yes, if you want to do that, yes, then that will be fair. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Shekupakela, then Honorable Venani, then Honorable Ikete, and then the last...
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and honorable members. I was just wondering why the Minister of Finance came on defense. Because this bill is to help farmers, and the Honorable Minister of Finance is to provide assistance to the farmers in order to sustain their animals during the drought period. It's not to give the money so that the farmers to sell their animals. So there are two different things here, Honorable Minister. So I have to thank Honorable Katamelo by bringing this very important motion to the House. It is really a very good motion, but Honorable Minister, the problem here with the assistance is the period. The period, it was not sufficient because you cannot expect to give the farmer today the money and the outcome is tomorrow. So the period, time frame, it was too short. Namibia is a vast land. So this means your assistance did not reach all the farmers. It was only a few. That's why some farmers feel discriminated. I so submit. Thank you.
Office, activate the time. Honorable Venani. Yeah? No,
Honorable.
I don't have any apartheid in mind. I treat everybody equal. Please, you have the floor. It's only that I want to alert them.
The Deputy Speaker is admitting that she is attempting to
No, not really.
practice apartheid.
No.
Be that as it may, apartheid was a very outlawed law in this country.
Yeah, sure.
Honorable, it was not my intention to take the floor, but I was listening to the narrative of my good cousin and Minister of the Exchequer or the Finance Treasury Minister about the assistance to farmers. One, I speak as an experienced farmer. Two, I am speaking, realizing that government does not understand. No agribank, no government understand the complexity of affirmative action farmers and what they go through. From a financial perspective, any economist wants his or her bills to be paid. That's the principle of good economics of a country. The reason why I asked for a postponement of this land bill is because of the sheer complexity of land, both in communal and in commercial. Now, there are over 90% of affirmative action farm owners, if not more than 90%, are in arrears in one way or the other. They are in arrears in one way or the other, influenced by factors that my good cousin and Minister of Finance has not done. You only receive a report from Agribank. You have never been on farms as a minister responsible for Agribank to visit farms and visit cattle posts and how farmers are going through. And I speak. I have asked you to come to my farm. A number of times you never came. Now, be that as it may, the truth is the following. Why are previously advantaged farmers farming commercially viable and they are paying their arrears better than us? You must understand that white commercial farmers in large instances are people dealing with generational wealth. Generational wealth. For you to become a commercial farmer successfully, you were aided by your grandparent, who most of the time got that land for next to nothing, who had a government. Many white farmers bought their lands. Mind you, don't even take that out into context. Many of them bought their lands, but the assistance that Land Bank gave to white farmers has never been compared to what Agribank has given to black farmers. Facts. Low interest rates. For a period from 1964, from the drought of 1964, for a period of 9 years, white commercial farmers got interest-free loans for cattle, for fencing, for everything for a period of 10 years. Marketing even. Yes. Second with that, and we must give credit where it is due. White commercial farmers, you must respect them. And I do respect them a great deal. They have mastered a technique. They have mastered a technique to farm mostly with oxen. When you farm with oxen, you create a generational capital. Because you are aided by your generational wealth from inheriting, you can be able to keep oxen for a period of 3 to 4 years, growing. If you grow an ox, Mr. Minister, if you grow an ox from a winner to an ox, you need 3 years to do that. But an ox at Midco, weighing 520, would cost $20,000. So if you are selling 100 at Midco at 20,000, you are nearly making 2 million. So to pay a loan of 500 or 700,000 becomes nothing, because you are abetted and aided by generational wealth. But to start saying, farmers that went and bought farms, I bought a farm with the age of 26, on an account without even the subsequent cattle that I had to qualify. And all the farmers, these old guys, they were having 50 cattle in the communal areas. 50 cattle. In the communal areas, people view them as rich. They are suppressing the others because they have more cattle. Agribank says you must have 150. So you go to an uncle of yours and say I have 150 cattle and I have a deposit so I can be able to buy. So to start saying and to argue in a country where you have these dynamics and variables, inequalities, high Gini coefficients, and you start saying, I help Dutu Murorwa, one of the oldest farmers in this country. Dutu Murorwa, my elder cousin, can be able to pay his farm with his pension. He must tell me whether I'm lying. Every time that he has pension, he takes his money to go and pay everybody. Those that are paying their farms up to date are those that are stealing money with procurement and fish rock. We know these things. So those things, people that are telling you, no, my farm is up, they are good farmers. They are people that are paying. They are hardworking farmers. But most of the people that have paid off their farms, they got it from money from EPLs, money from tenders, money from what?
Point of order. I recognize Honorable Chekero Chair. On a point of order, yes?
Yes. Honorable Venani, may I ask you just 2 small questions? Yes. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the first question, on the basis of the narrative by the Minister here, was talking, yes, you remunerate farmers for good behaviors and the others for bad behaviors. But the drought does not separate between good and bad. Now, having that as a first question, the northern communal farmers, let me just call them communal farmers, because even this side there are communal farmers. The prices that they get for their animals and the prices that they charge by commercial farmers, can you compare the two? There is equality. That's the first one. And I'm afraid some of us don't understand these issues. Yes. When you talk of good and bad behavior, me from the communal, and that's now my second question, that ox in the commercial farmers here, that commercial farmer sells it for 20,000 because it's commercial. But me in the communal, the very same weight, I get 5,000. Now, would you see that as whether equality in terms of that thinking? Can you justify the so-called bad behavior and good behaviors, or because you are bad farmer and not good farmer? Just those two, can you clarify that one? So that you can educate those in charge who don't really have got a feeling for the development of this country and for the real suffering masses. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think I'm lending my thought processes along your lines. I hear Agribank's concern from an economic vintage point where they are saying we must keep this money sustainable for current and future generations. There is logic there. But there is a lack of political understanding from the reality and the economic logic that is there. Agribank cannot tell a farmer, Honorable Murora, and sorry that I'm using your name because I know where your farm is and I know the hardships that you endure. Even in good rainy years, in those areas where you are farming. A farmer that is farming in Kunene is already disadvantaged by sheer weather. Your good years in a period of 10 years is less than 4. A farmer that is farming in Omaheke, that is farming in somewhere, his good years in a 10 years period is 6 years. In the south, 3 years. But you are telling me farmers that did not pay their dam, the money that they loaned from the dam, and they owe 20,000, and he has elephants, he's close to Etosha, what is this, which way? The hyenas, that's the correct word. The hyenas come and eat your things, the elephants are destroying him, and now, because he owed 20,000 on a dam that he was supposed to repair, that was damaged by elephants, he cannot get the loan because he's not a good behavior candidate. Taylor, you are playing that we get a land revolution in this country, and we must be very careful. We are setting farmers for failures. So what I'm trying to say is that this conversation cannot be resolved today with this one motion. But Honorable Katamelo, going into the 8th Parliament, those that are here, we must have a clear debate on how we can aid and abet farmers to get out of the debt trap. Because I tell you 90%, and I'm speaking from experience, those of us that own Agribank Zero are those that sold their farms, went and bought commercial farms through commercial banks, and now you are owing somebody else. But those that are in the system, there is no way that you cannot owe Agribank with the burdens of black farmers that we have. Yes. Even a person of 60 years, Honorable Kapofi, must go and buy a farm. He has never inherited zero from his own father. Zero. And he has probably 12 siblings. All of them, from their mother, each one got probably a cup. For him to buy a farm, people look at him as he's a minister. But he must use his pension to go and deposit a farm. Now, if you are telling me a person whose father bought a farm for free of charge, 3 generations, and you are comparing them with me that have never inherited, and you want us to perform the same way, because of economic realities, we are not doing justice. So what I'm trying to say is that I do also not want to promote farmers not to pay their farms. That's not what I'm saying. We must be responsible. There are farmers that are irresponsible, but what Agribank is doing, and I want to speak from authority, Agribanks, when you start owing the dam of 20,000, then they go to the legal process. No, they go first ITC, then they start a legal process against you. You start paying them, and then they say, no, for 5 years you have not been paying your debt. But you have been servicing your debt for 5 years, but they have already taken you to, what is it, Baloo? What is the correct? To the deputy sheriff. Illegally, I think that needs to be addressed. You are taken 10 years because of a debt that you owe to the deputy sheriff. Just one day that you have a problem with your bills, then they say, for the last 10 years you have been a bad payer, or due to moreover you have been a bad payer. There must be a nexus of understanding one another. Agribank must stop making decisions from this high building. Go and visit farmers and see the realities on the ground. Because I remember when I was engaging one CEO who never knew that a cow, for it to get pregnant, it takes 9 years. For a cow to be sold, it takes 6 months. He thought that if 9 months. 9 months. And you will see somebody with authority at Agribank does not know how cows reproduce. So I think, Minister, do justice. If you are taken back to that position again, I hear you are going for bigger things. But if you are going for smaller things and you remain where you are, yes, rumors are important in politics. Please go and engage farmers. Lastly, Honorable Katamelo, the farmers must organize themselves. And that is very important because there are so many problems. There are also deliberate farmers. People are people in their nature. But the many issues are just reality. That Katamelo just bought a farm with a telecom pension. I bought one with telecom pension. All of us should have gotten money somewhere just to do the deposit. You had to rent out the farm for 3 years for you just to get over the bridge. From poverty, you are coming from poverty, and people think that when Vanani looks so nice on television, they think that you are a millionaire. You are not. So we need to really come to reality. In a country with a high Gini coefficient, you can't discriminate farmers on the basis of drought because they have not paid and those that have paid. You must come to a party, perhaps maybe say the interest will be higher or something. But to say that Nekundi has drought and I have drought. Lastly, on the question of Honorable Tuea, my good neighbor, old neighbor. Honorable Tuea, our problems, who? The Kwanyamas. I have an issue with the Kwanyamas. And I'm very deliberate on this issue because I want to answer your question. I went to President Pohamba many years ago. And I said, President Pohamba, we need to really fix this problem of the red line. It's a serious problem to farmers. And President Pohamba, being a Wanyama that he is, he says, my young friend, I agree with you. I said, Tate Pohamba, the problem is you, Wanyamas. What do you mean? I said, I'm very deliberate and very tribal today. Why are you saying that? I said, look, the problem with you, Wanyamas, you want your cattle to graze in Angola because you have family there. You want that grazing to be free, roaming grazing, and to graze in Namibia. If your cattle are grazing in Angola, the red line movement becomes a nightmare. We need to build a buffer zone between Namibia and Angola, protecting Angolan cattle because the Angolan cattle are not vaccinated. I support the red line removal, but the red line removal can only be on the basis of building a buffer zone between Namibia and Angola. The governor, Uskongama, my good friend, he's a good cousin of mine, Uskongama even attacked me at a rally. Yeah, this Benani says our cattle must not go to Angola. I said, President Muhammad, do you see? Kwanyamas, you have excess land in Angola that you can use. I wish we could use that land, but it's unfortunate that Angola does not vaccinate their animals. If we break the red line now, with the Angolan cattle, our Namibian cattle going in and out of Angola, we kill the whole market. So what we need to do, we must come to the aid of our mind to say, for your oxen to fetch the same prices that the oxen of Carlos Sledvine and mine is catching, we need a buffer zone to protect us from a would-be disease. Reality is that in the Ovambo, in Kunene, in Kavango for the last 50 years, 60 years, there have never been a disease. No.
Please, it's an example.
I'm using an example. You see, these are young people that do not know farming. They just think that the cattle must move all the side. If your cattle moves all the side, you have no friend. You need me as a friend to open the red line, and we can only open the red line if we do the correct measures. You can't say the whole economy must die because you have cousins in Angola.
Yeah.
Angola is an independent country. Let them grace them there.
Additional 2 minutes. Additional 2 minutes.
Gracias.
Okay.
I withdraw the 2 minutes to 0.01. Thank you.
Okay. I recognize Honorable Ifete.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, my intervention is very short and straight to the point. Yes. I'm disturbed by the word bad behavior caused by the drought. When people are unable to pay because of drought, first of all, drought affect. Drought doesn't come just like rain in a one day. It comes slowly, and when the system or the authority realize that our people are now started to be affected, the president then declare drought for the country. And by that time, a number of people are already affected. And they will not be able, they are unable to pay their loan. And as a result, they fall into in arrears. We can't refer to those people as bad behavior. It's just not a good word to be mentioned in this house, refer to people who fall in arrears as if it's their own making. It's because of drought. Have a system to stop drought. Yeah. consulting farmers' unions. It's a very good thing. We need to consult numbers of farms and unions, but this house is above those unions. We are a people representatives. We represent everybody. For the minister to call us that, if you are farmers, belong to those farms, to those unions, so that you can be represented. We are already represented here. I'm represented as an individual by this house. All of you are representing me as a Namibian, and you are representing all the Namibian people. And when we speak on this floor, we are speaking on behalf of all the citizens of this country. And no any other institution has the power to speak on behalf of the Namibian people above this house. So to consider other institution above this one is just out of order.
Point of order? Yes, on a Bundingara, on a point of order.
I must do like this.
Yes.
Yeah. May I ask just maybe one or two small questions to Honorable Ithete? It's not allowed.
Yes.
Oh, yes. The first one is, how do you think, in your view, Honorable Ithete, how sensitive are we as politicians in relation to, because I don't know where others come from. Where I come from, the drought, Honorable Ithete, the drought where I come from, it is start in August, and it, if the rain come by February, the drought is better. So there are some grass to graze. The cattle is back. So we lose cattle between the period October, November, December, sometimes January, but in February normally, at least there's something, there's green. So now as this house now, the National Assembly, is now discussing drought in March, how sensitive are we as leaders to the people who lose so much during drought and we only discuss during rain time? That is one question. The second question, Honorable Ithete, is do you think it's fair? Do you think that Nuyoma, sorry, our founding president, do you think that he did not speak enough about the unfair, the injustice that today we need to speak about it now so that others can understand us? Because people behave in such a way to discriminate. I'm sure if Nuyoma, do you think if Nuyoma was sitting here now as late founding president, yes, do you think if he was a member of parliament now, that he could understand the views of others who are still saying we must discriminate on which basis? Those are the two questions. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Let me continue before I respond to touch on the comment from Honorable Dingara. In conclusion, as I said, I'm not really a man of many words. This house that I referred as the highest in this country has passed the report that regulations should come to this house. And those regulations include the ones of FEMA. Now, for an individual to come and wants to reverse that, are we undermining the house? The house has passed it, this very house. And all of us, the attendance register is there because it was sponsored by my committee, the ones that I chair. I have the attendant register of everybody who was in this house. Nobody have objected. Not even to say, to be undernoted, because one can object, and the speaker will always say, we have noted your objections. No one have objected. But after a year or two, because you do not want to adhere to this house, you are coming today saying, is it fair? No. Let's respect. You don't need to respect Ithete. You don't need to respect the committee under the Ithete chairperson, but respect Parliament. It's not my committee. It's Parliament's committee. And it's this country's committee, because this house belongs to this country. Yes. So the respect is not for me. The respect is for the Namibian people that we all represent in this house. So if we do not have the respect of the Namibian people, let's leave. It can't continue this way. Just a small one. Let's just a small one, a quick one. Honorable Venani, let's resettle the people living in Angwena regions. Let the state buy land and resettle those people. We will not have a problem, people grazing in Angola. Honorable Dr. Ndingara, your question has an answer in it. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I didn't intend to take the floor, but the topic was broadened, and I think there are some aspects that I need to look at. Now, I took it that Honourable Katamelo's motion addressed a very specific topic, and that is drought relief through Agribank. That was the topic. It did not talk about land matters, it did not talk about agricultural matters, it did not talk about other matters. But since agriculture, I believe, is so important, we are broadening it to get it into context. Now, as a fundamental, I think we should not resist support to farmers during drought. That would be irresponsible. So, if there are worries by farmers that they are not getting impactful assistance during a drought situation, they must be listened to, they must be helped. Now, I understand that there were consultations and so on, but there are always different ways to skin a cat. I believe that in this specific case, the importance of adhering to commercial banking rules by punishing defaulters and not helping them and by not offering assistance have been completely overrated. And it has overlooked the real need of farmers, whether they were in default or not. It has been overlooked. So I believe the principal matter should not be a dispute, and I think the Honourable Minister of Finance, in fact, somehow agreed that assistance is needed to farmers. Now let me talk about agriculture and support to farmers in general. When I hear us talk, all of us say agriculture is so important. It carries the real economy, it carries the rural economy, it carries the communal economy. But just for a moment, sit back and ask yourself, what have you done meaningfully to assist that so important sector by giving it less than 2% of the budget? Have we given meaning to the word? Have we given meaning to the word importance? I don't think so. So, as I've said so many times in this House...
Sorry, Honourable Minister, as an individual or as a parliament?
As parliament.
Okay, yeah.
So I think we have to revisit that and see how is it that we can support the real economy, the rural economy. Because I think it is true that if we support the mining industry, if we support the extraction industry, we will not deal and solve the problems of the real economy. We will not. That's not where the peoples are. We are promised work. Okay. Look at the diamond sector, 125 years mining, where is that big employment? Where is that big wealth creation? It's not there. But go to London and New York and you see what CDM and De Beers have. So you will see very, very vividly where the wealth has been transferred to and from where it came.
Yeah, point of order from here. Yes?
Or the maiden speech.
Okay. No, I just wanted to ask a small question, the Honourable Minister.
Sure.
And I think he mentioned a very important question to ask individually. The Honourable Minister at one point was a minister responsible for finance. In my own question, do you think, Comrade Minister, when you were a minister of finance, did you give enough to the Ministry of Agriculture so that then that question become very important for you? Thank you.
Well, to individualize these things is one thing. But just to help you a little bit, during my time in the Ministry of Finance, we paid and built Dekatal Dam. 5 billion. 5 billion in addition to the budget. It was all outside the budget. And we mastered to raise those funds, and it is an agricultural project. Never ever during independence have we had such a large agricultural project managed. So I am satisfied that as a Minister of Finance I have looked at agriculture. Secondly, during my term as Minister of Finance, we managed a support for the water sector that includes water development in the rural areas and in the commercial areas and in the bulk water for an amount of 3.6 billion. I think that is real support to the rural community and to the agricultural sector. That was during finance. So I think we, in spite of very difficult times, we did more than was done before.
Yes, proceed.
But let me return to what I wanted to say. The financial resources that we avail to the agricultural sector and direct support to farmers in terms of subsidy, I think is a topic that I urge you to reconsider in the next government. The second issue that I believe needs to be addressed is that the state-owned enterprises and agencies we created to assist farmers, all of them, without exception, turned out to be a burden to farmers. If you go to AMTA, if you go to Agribusiness, if you go to Meatco, if you go to the Agribank, all these parastatals, all these entities ran into trouble because of wrong management problems and models, and they tried to survive by sucking more and more out of the farmers instead of plowing back their profits into the farming community and assist them. That was their intention. So the intention was not wrong. It was the implementation that went wrong. And I believe we have to we have to fix that. Now, that is what the principles are, in my opinion, about the agricultural sector. We have to support it, and we have to support it by a set of subsidies that we want to avail. We have to have supportive institutions that run that assist the agricultural sector. Deputy, I'm almost done. I just want to have my say about the comments on the regulations and staying an act. I think we must be careful with staying an act that has been approved by Parliament and signed by the President. I'm of the opinion that a minister has not the power to decide against the will of Parliament and the President to take that act into force and implement it. So I believe we must be very, very careful if we, for the sake of fixing a regulation, staying and whole act. I believe that is not the right approach, and maybe that can be reconsidered. And on the regulations specifically, I recall when that report came, I myself made an argument that the committee may have erred in asking that regulations will be done away with. I believe that the Honourable Minister of Justice in the same discussions made a similar comment, so it was raised. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, I understand that this is the House that makes law. But in principle, if you do away with regulations, or if you force regulations into Parliament, you are de facto doing away with the principle that an act has a principal act and a secondary supportive structure that is more flexible, called regulations and notices. You are actually saying that everything that was in the regulation must be in the act, and only the National Assembly has the House to amend it or issue regulations. So it is not out of disrespect for the House. It is out of the necessity that every principal act needs, during its implementation, a set of regulations, rules, codes of conduct, notices that are flexible, that you can implement the act, the principal act, appropriately. So I believe that is an important principle that is embedded in our jurisprudence, and I think we have to maintain it. So, Comrade Ifete, it is not a disrespect of the... Yeah, but you can't... You can't... A regulation can never be against the principle of the act.
There is a point of order here, although he's sitting.
That is the
point of order, Honourable Minister. There is a point of order from... Can you raise up? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I took note and I very much appreciate the fact that while you were Minister of Finance, you dedicated some funds for the construction of the Drought Dam. But it was meant for agriculture. Now that you are the Minister of Agriculture yourself, after having made that provision, what are the plans and further developments that is there for the Drought Dam that you have laid down? Because after the construction of the dam, up until now, there is nothing. The basic thing is, I'm asking that because basically if you look at the Drought Dam is going on with the assistance of the Arabian people. And now the Drought Dam is there for the farmers of Namibia. The big question that I'm asking myself is, Is it the Namibians that are going to go there to develop it, or is it people, foreigners, that will come in and do the work, and later on we will just be there as laborers and whatever? Are there any plans that our people will really come in from the side of the Ministerial? I think.
Yeah, Honourable Minister, I don't think you are obliged to answer that question, because although it is very important, it has nothing to do 80% with the issue at hand. You can ignore it for a while.
No, I understand, but
for the sake. No, he just mentioned what he has done. But right now, if we go and ask, please.
Thank you for your protection, but I do have a right to respond.
Okay.
And the response is very clear. You are right. The model of an irrigation scheme like Naute, it had its anchor tenant by a foreign entity, Aldara, who planted grapes and dates. And the rest of the part was NDC that ran a joint venture with them. So what we originally had from the Ministry of Agriculture as a plan for Neckartal was a totally commercialized agricultural model. It said we give plots of 500 hectares, we take it out, and the highest bidder gets the plot, borrows money and pays off. We thought that is not accommodating the local community, and we disregarded that model, and we replaced it with a model similar to Nauto, where we had a large entity as an anchor tenant, and that would then support small-scale farmers or medium-scale farmers around it. It was along the green scheme policy that has that. An anchor tenant that has the financial muscle to buy inputs, get the economic scale, and pass on that benefit to the small-scale farmers. The local community resisted that. They didn't want any foreigners to be involved. They didn't want that model of anchor tenant in Neckartal. So we had good consultations with them, and now we have a process that, together with them, we develop the model of how the irrigation plan and irrigation scheme will work. What is delaying is we cannot build the irrigation infrastructure if we don't have the model of how many plots, what size of the plots, what is the infrastructure needed. And that is the problem. We were listening to the people, and we are following their advice. The piece of infrastructure of the Neckartal has a lifetime of over 100 years, so it's not it's an immediate opportunity that is maybe not there, but I think it is better to have a model where the local farming community, the local communities are buying in, instead of imposing something that is not liked by them and will be resisted. And that is where we are. The model is there, the consultants are in the field, we are looking at them, and I think as from next year we can implement it.
Okay, you have now 1 minute to round up.
I just wanted to round up on the red line. I do agree that the red line is a barrier that needs to be addressed. I think we were in this House, and with the approval of Cabinet, we have agreed that we will have a compartmentalized removal of the red line to include as many as possible in the red line. I think Honourable Binani is not right when he says that in the North, the last 50 years was no foot-and-mouth disease outbreak. In fact, in 2017 and in 2021, there were outbreaks in Oshona region. So the 50 year is gone, but still there are certain areas in Kunene and in Omsati that had a long period, 50 years, with no foot-and-mouth, and they would be all included in the free zone.
I think it is a model that is workable, it is doable, and I cannot, and I will never buy into any tribal type of arguments to judge whether we want to do this or that for an agricultural sector that serves the whole people. It's communities that we have to look at, but tribal considerations are difficult to fit into the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ekanjo, Jerry Ekanjo.
Comrade Deputy Speaker, honorable members, we are talking about drought assistance. Now, during this time, it is raining. Can't the ministry now harvest the water like the flood water, especially in the northern part? In the oceans are full. So is there no way we can harvest those water, even for irrigation? Maybe I think we should think about it now. Yes. Some water is coming from Angola, and also some rainwater, and all the oceans are full. I think we must now still start earth dams or something like that to harvest. Coming to agri-bank, there are people, previously disadvantaged community, who acquire loans through agri-bank. I am told those people who cannot afford or who were not able to pay their loans, farms are being auctioned. When the farms are auctioned, it means every person in the world can tender the auction. So if we say these farms have been bought through affirmative action loans, and the farms again are auctioned to everyone, meaning even the previously advantaged or even will also acquire that farm. So it does not serve any purpose. Because if the farms are being auctioned, the auctions are open. Even people in South Africa, in America, everywhere, they can buy the farm through auction. Maybe the best way should be, if a person cannot afford to pay the loans, why can't the government maybe just take the farms and resettle people, use it for resettlement purposes, instead of auctioning it? Because if you auction something, it means you don't want the farm. Maybe you just take the farm and get another previously disadvantaged, buy the farm through affirmative action, or you use the farm for resettlement. You say, okay, you cannot afford, so I will now resettle people who have applied for resettlement, rather than auction it. It just maybe it's not a good idea. That's what I'm told. Because if you auction the farm, any person, even the previously advantaged, or the owner who were there before, will also buy it through auction. That is my 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Natalia Hoses.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Professor Matam, members of the 7th Parliament, fellow Namibians. I normally consult the Supreme Law when going gets tough. Earlier on, I cited Article 45. Allow me now to cite Article 10, Sub-Article 2. And it goes as follows. Now persons may be discriminated against on the grounds of sex, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, or social or economic status. In this very case, if I have to apply this article, under the very point on the table, the motion on the table, the economic and social status which is declared in the drought situation is not a bad case. It is distressed society, farmers that are unable to meet the agri-bank loan requirements. It's not about bad behavior. They are distressed because of the drought that is prevailing, which was acknowledged by the caring government of the Republic of Namibia and through the mandate given to the President, which the President has declared such. So therefore, these are distressed farmers. And the elephant in the room, which is appointed, which is supervised by this House, in the interest of the Namibian people, should just be reminded that this is not a bad case. It's not a default as a result of non-compliance. Everybody is affected by the drought in our Republic of Namibia. And therefore, the President has declared drought as an emergency in this country. He did not single out the defaulters should not benefit from this article, only the good payers and so on. So therefore, I support the motion with the many wisdom that was prevailing in this House. It needs to be enriched. It needs to be, enriched is enough, strengthened by the many words that were prevailing in this House. And I want to also again qualify why I'm saying caring and responsible government of our Republic, the Swabo government, has taken care of these matters. There is a government gazette number 23, October 2024, and I want to quote paragraph 8.1.2, with what I've referred to as distressed farmers. And the heading is Distressed Loan Restructuring. It's a very short paragraph. Allow me to quote, Professor. Banking institutions, and in this case, Agribank, may offer restructuring options for non-performing loans that have not been further classified as loss. The objective is to make the debt more manageable for the client while maximizing the likelihood of repayment. Banking institutions may consider distressed loan restructuring subject to the following requirements. And I like to take requirement 8.1.2a. And it goes as follows, Professor, Madam Deputy Speaker. A distressed loan must be as a result of the persistent drought condition. And the rest goes. So there is no misunderstanding or argument here. So therefore, I really fully and with the amendments or the views that were advanced in this House support this motion. And I think we are in unison as a House responsible for the Namibian nation on this regard. I thank you, Honorable Vice Speaker.
Finally, on this is Honorable Kiramba. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much for the House, honorable members. This is a very sensitive issue we are talking about. And I think the Agri-Bank's clients, which are the farmers,
they are in different categories. And therefore, these different categories must also be seen as such. We'll have affirmative action beneficiaries. And if you look at their statistics, farmers who are under that scheme, really, I don't think there is a farmer who's having a land of over 6,000 hectares. Many of them is between 4,000 hectares, 3,000 hectares, and less. And imagine if you have 3,000 hectares or 4,000 hectares, how many livestock, like for example, large livestock, can you keep there? And with the recurrent drought, there is no a farmer who planned for a drought to come. You just see you are in the middle of the drought. And given that fact, that is why it makes farmers to many farmers, because it's many farmers who are in facing problem with Angry Bank. So now it looks like Angry Bank's rules must accommodate its clients. So there is something which Angry Bank also have to assess its regulations, its rules, whether it address the problem it is meant for to address. Why is there a lot of defaulters, farmers defaulters to pay Angry Bank? Why? And imagine farmers in the Maheke region, I don't know about other regions, they are also having other problems of poisonous plant Oshikurioma. I don't know whether some of us have heard about poisonous plant. Poisonous plant can kill. Yes, thank you. It can kill your animals, your 60 in a row. And in those, in the area where it is, and imagine that you have taken a loan from Angry Bank. In a one go, Oshikurioma took all of them. How are you going to pay the loan? So therefore, the situations, the current situation in Namibia must speak to the rules and regulations we have in our institutions, especially in the eye of agriculture. So if we do not compare those notes, farmers will remain in debts with Angry Bank. Angry Bank will remain, targeting farmers that they are bad, these are good, they are bad, despite that they are not in the same situation. So we must start now, this House must start now to think of how can we have rules and regulation which will address the problem our society is facing. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Honorable Katamelo for response.
Okay. Honorable members, Honorable Leader Kanji Murangi, where is Royal Kwikoko? Okay. Bare mudimu nko komu mudimu nko emezi. Wa ikroka horobala wana lone wa kroka borok. Ida Kanji Murangi will tell you. 2, by shiri mwahingire. Mwahingire obanduko nganda be mudu. Shashi mwapopuya. Takio nene. Kaise taketoko kanka. Amai. Of all the people, only one man went one way. So, and I want to clarify. When we brought these matters, I said Article 40 of the Namibian Constitution says, in terms of, and this is the media code.
A moment. We have agreed to go up to 9 o'clock. I see people going one by one. Please let us ensure that there is at least discussion quorum. Yes, proceed.
I will be short. I think the recommendations, the report from the recommendations is wholeheartedly accepted. And there are issues also I say. When I stood up and we made attempts just to consult and reach out. My words when I started here, I said, this was not necessary. And it's not about Katamelo. It's about the masses, and the letters that was written is on behalf of Speaker and the people so engaged. And here we are addressing a matter of principle. The minister has imposed and said the narrow definition. I said, remove the 366 days and remain with your definition. And everybody that qualifies and is up to date there does qualify. Draw the baseline and keep it. The court, I will come. I've actually told you everything. Yes. The one that I just want to emphasize is to say, in terms of Section 32 of the Namibian Constitution, members are appointed by the President, ministers. And as provided in terms of Article 35, all ministers are members of Cabinet, and in their responsibilities as members of Cabinet are laid down in Article 40 of the Namibian Constitution. I'm just reading from the Cabinet Handbook, but this is a copy from the Constitution. And Article 40 reads, A, to direct, coordinate, supervise the activities of ministries and government departments, including public enterprises, and to review and advise the President and the National Assembly on the desirability and wisdom of any prevailing subordinate legislation, regulations, or orders pertaining to such public enterprises with regard being made to the public interest. What we are saying is, Minister, consult the farmers, do whatever. When you are done, you are obliged in terms of this to advise the President. It does not say all, and the National Assembly. If you implement conditions that are fair and just, nobody will stand up here and try and demean that. But if the conditions are not fair and just, in a drought so declared, you come and narrow the definition of including. And that's why I said, I thank you, but it seems if we are genuine with the responsibility of knowing that we are all leaders representing different key stakeholders, the minister will reach out to us, everybody, call us and say, how do we solve this problem? What I can see is that we are using state institutions to deliberately default on farmers. I don't know whether you have seen on the website of Agribank, it has advertised debt collection. Huh? Just check there, Google, and check on the website. Red Force has been advertised because the stringent conditions so applied make it difficult for others to pay. Once you cannot pay, you must now be taken. There have been so many reports. There is the Commission on Ancestral Land. Okay, Senate, thank you for the support. The report is so addended, but I think we need a further dialogue. And the timeline is, as we have adopted this, some of the things we don't, the minister was saying the measures are 2 years, but the requirement here, the measures stop as of 30th March 2025. Those measures were only implemented in terms of Agribank up to 30th March 2025. But the minister was saying it's 2 years. Now, these regulations must be directed to the minister so that the minister, when he engages Agribank, is empowered by the resolution of the House. Yeah. To direct them to say, this is what the House wants, let's work on that. Because that institution does not report to Parliament. That institution was created by Parliament, and it's on the basis of the wisdom. And then we cannot all be wrong, and only one is right. So I support the people. It's not for me, it's for the masses out there that you have really saved. And I want to thank you, and Pandu Kayeyos, thank you.
I now put the question that the motion be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to. We proceed to item the third order, I should think. Is it the third order? Dako? Yeah, the third order of the day. The secretary will read the third order of the day.
Resumption of debate on second reading, Regional and Constituency Development Fund Bill.
When this assembly adjourned on Tuesday, the 4th of March, 2025, the question before the assembly was a motion by Honorable Minister of Urban and Rural Development that the bill be read a second time. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology defer the debate, and you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, when debate on this item was referred to this week, I received good wisdom from the Honorable Deputy Speaker that the person to respond on this one this week would be the Honorable Minister. I just have to report to this House that indeed we did engage, and the Honorable Minister, I believe, can now take the floor to respond, as was indicated in the order paper of last week. Because the activity that kept it to be deferred to this week has taken place, and now I think he would be able to respond.
Honorable Deputy Minister, yeah, thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Lucia Betwold.
Speaker, can I ask for the indulgence of the House to postpone it on behalf of the Minister until Wednesday, the 19th?
It must be at the bottom of all the
okay.
other items.
The item is adjourned to the 19th of March 2025. March? Eh? The 19th of March. We go to item number 4. The Secretary will read the fourth order of the day.
To approve the amended rules of the Members of Parliament and other office bearers pension fund.
When this assembly adjourned on Tuesday, the 11th of March 2025, the question before the assembly was a motion by Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises. The motion was deferred by the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises for consultation, and you have now the floor, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, when I intervened last time, the request was to postpone to next week Tuesday, because I said there was a consultation and the proposals that came from that consultation are being incorporated into the rules. So that's why on the order paper, in fact, we have it twice. On the order paper, we have it for today, and we also have it for Tuesday.
Which Tuesday will be the...
Yeah, so I think
sorry.
Tuesday, if you look at the last page, Tuesday is still the same item.
No,
So
Tuesday will be
it's there
yeah,
twice.
it's okay. Tuesday will be the 18th.
So
Are we
can
going
make
to
it
have
the 19th
discussion?
then.
Because I understand the President will be here.
We can make it
Honorable-
19.
I mean, Nehoya, can you advise me what should we do? Okay, yeah, to next week, Tuesday. We will proceed to item number 5. The Secretary will read the fifth order of the day.
Resumption of consideration of committee report on the petition by Leisure Empowerment and Development Organization requesting the Assembly to address the urgent need for reviving the market for livestock in Namibia's northern communal areas.
When this Assembly adjourned on Wednesday the 5th, the question before the Assembly was a committee report by Honorable Ifete, that the report be adopted. The Deputy Minister of Finance and Public Enterprise adjourned the debate, and we have now the floor.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to contribute to the Parliamentary Standing Committee report, the Parliamentary Standing Committee of Economics report that is informed by the petition submitted by Leisure Empowerment Organization in November 2022. Honorable members, I wish to express that, of course, with the time that has lapsed, but it gives us significant challenges to analyze because of state of affairs that have changed in the interim. But the realities that are on the ground that are faced may not have remained constant. But at the onset, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Almighty Father for the abundant rains that we have received across Namibia, and implore on the angels of rain for further blessings, particularly for those areas that still need rain. Regrettably, I have not received the petition, I have not seen the petition itself. However, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation for this Leisure Empowerment Organization, for their faith they have in the Parliament process, for their initiative in bringing this matter forward. Furthermore, Honorable Speaker, I wish to emphasize the importance of our committee reports being attuned to the nuance between the assumptions and the established facts. It is imperative that our deliberations reflect the sensitive understanding of these matters. But I want to also, maybe just in passing, correct few things. The report on the first bullet point speaks to findings and observations. And I quote from the report, the veterinary cotton fence policy needs to be reviewed, which I agree with, but the point is about the next one, as it was designed to favor a minority group at the expense of the majority group, majority Namibians. Honorable members of Parliament, I would like to propose that we edit this report and hence revise for it to rather read, which is perceived as favoring farmers south of the red line at the expense of the farmers north of the red line. Why do I say this? Words have meaning, and the majority politics of north of south is not only confusing, but it is counterproductive. I'm not even sure if we talk about the same thing. Is it people? Is it tribes? Is it members of constituencies? The latter is more politically correct if we talk about the constituencies. However, I also know that some constituencies, because some constituencies stretch over the red line as well. but the constituency is more inclusive, and I would avoid regions because some regions stretches across the red line. Why do I suggest it otherwise? The history has it that the red line was erected in 1897 following the outbreak of renter pest, which my history tells me was engineered to impoverish the self-sustaining indigenous communities that had thousands of livestock, mainly cattle, and the grazing land competition and resistance against foreign occupation, and therefore were not opting for cheap labor jobs on the white farms. And it later became a political zone. In addition to the 11 police zones in addition to the 11 communal areas that were erected. I would like to point out that also in the second bullet, you make reference to the red line as being age-old policy. I recommend that we also use more formal language in this context. Regarding the cattle statistics, we require reliable data. As the figure of 2.5 million cattle in Namibia appears to be inaccurate, an article published in an Observer newspaper approximately 1 to 2 years ago mentioned about a cattle population of 1.2 million throughout Namibia. In the same report, it was also stating that the northern regions of the country have estimated cattle population of 400,000 cattle. Mid-Corporation of Namibia statistics of 2022-2023 annual report have indicated that. The statistics also further shows that we have, on the other side of the fence, 800,000 cattle, giving the country an estimated population, as I earlier said, of 1.2. But I want to emphasize, like the issue on the housing demand, I think we need reliable statistics on the cattle population in Namibia. I would also agree that then we have institutions that deals with the matter, and I think it is important that we work on that statistics. Honorable Speaker, I want to also acknowledge that many Namibians view the red line, many, including myself, as a symbol of the colonial apartheid past. And I think that is actually the big issue, that it has got this dual image. However, it remains a crucial factor that allows Namibians access to lucrative international markets while keeping livestock south of the fence, which are disease-free or supposedly, thus enabling meat exports that generates revenue for the country. I recognize that this protection has implications for livestock north of the fence, but the government has implemented numerous interventions since the first and the second land conference. My intention was initially to postpone this to provide opportunity for the Minister of Agriculture to tell us about what their interventions were so far. Notably, the livestock quality as part of the impact of the interventions by government has improved. Notably, the livestock quality improvement scheme has made significant progress, which was supported by government investment. I was trying to get the figures to see how much we have invested as a government, but I could only trace that the contributions by development partners such as the EU, which had committed 20 million euros over 5 to 6 years since 2017. I would have appreciated if the petition would also have requested for an impact assessment of these interventions, because I think it is very important that we must know if we invest, whether it has impact or whether the money is falling through the cracks. On a positive note, the quality of the cattle has remarkably improved. So that is notable. And that is notable to me because I think since my first visit to the North was in 1984, and today you see a total different level of animal quality. But it is also widely recognized that Namibia, in our 2020 GDP statistics, talks about 173, the GDP was 173 million, with agriculture, forestry sector contributing 6.5. Within this total, livestock production counted for 6.3 billion, which represented 54% of the agricultural pool. The reality now is that the export of meat continues to play an important role in Namibian agricultural sector, and thus needs continued protection from and that the needs for continued protection from government is unavoidable. Without the veterinary cordon fence protection, Namibia stands losing not only its international reputation as a top quality meat exporter, but also the much needed foreign currency to support the Namibian economy. Much time has been spent on debating the future of the Red Line since independence, but we all understand the elephant in the room. And I think in the previous discussion, Venani has broadly discussed that. But let me just repeat it because I have considered it as well as the elephant in the room. It is the non-existence of animals hindering border fence between Namibia, Angola, and Zambia, which will contribute to market uncertainty and could have unintended consequences. The detailed report of Economics and Public Administration Committee also acknowledges that the foot-and-mouth disease-free status cannot be achieved without a physical border fence and efficient control of cattle movement across the border. Therefore, direct consultation and engagement with the farmers around the northern border lines. Now, I'm not making it tribal because it is the same in the Konene region, and it's also the same in the Kavango region, the Kavango West, and then in Zambezi. But therefore, the direct consultation with farmers around those border lines and the resolutions taken at the 2018 Land Conference is being dealt with. Notable improvement has been recorded with the realities. So what we need is the Livestock Board, also previously called the Meat Board, the Livestock Board, previously called the Meat Board, conducted a study on the viability of exporting bone fresh and chilled as well as frozen beef to the Middle Eastern countries such as Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain and United Arab Emirates and Qatar, as well as China. The study revealed that abattoirs can attain reasonable profit margins from exploiting these markets. I should have included the intra-African trade as well. The Meat Board, or the Livestock Board, and the Directorate of Veterinary Services are engaged with efforts to open up these markets for the benefit of the farmers. Also, of course, the procurement policy that has directed for procurement of meat for schools and for hospitals, from that it's another factor. But these efforts, once implemented, will increase the economic take of cattle in this region. In contrast, meat processors south of the red line would then still, or Namibia will still enjoy the market access, and Namibia will be collecting the required foreign currency. So I also just wanted to say that in the absence of the minister, but the previous discussions that were mentioned, that government has taken effort for many other interventions, that the Agriculture Department could have been more best placed to elaborate further, but the situation still persists. There is a need for urgency in implementing or in engaging, so that we reach a consensus about it. My primary recommendation for moving forward is to ensure that adequate budget provisions are done for construction of the veterinary disease control fence, appropriately named to reflect its purpose. This initiative should be undertaken only after thorough consultation and agreements with communities that would be affected by it is done. By so doing, we can effectively mark the end of both the colonial area red line, recognizing that we cannot have the bread buttered both sides and eat it all. So with that, we will realize our dream of doing away of this colonial red line and have a veterinary cotton fence that is for disease control. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable Isete. You are responding. Okay, you can respond. Thank you. Or you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, let me thank the honorable members that took the floor for supporting our report, your report. There was some clarity raised by Honorable Maureen regarding the figures of the numbers of livestock that are in our, either in the northern part of the country or in the country, compared with what was presented by certain newspapers and so on. The number of livestock is not really an issue here that has drive those that petition to do so, to petition at Parliament. Figures can I'm not saying it should differ, but figures can differ depending who gives the figures. And the newspapers normally get the information from wherever they get, and the journalists will just write. If we are to correct the figure, we can just correct it. There is no dispute about that one. On the issue of the constituency, I don't know why we are seeking to have constituency. We speak of the red line. It doesn't matter where it runs, whether it runs now through regions or constituency. For us, it doesn't really matter. Then we also touch on the issue of thorough consultation with the Ministry of Agriculture. Everywhere we went with the Ministry of Agriculture. there is no single site we went to without the Ministry of Agriculture. And besides that, we also have a consultation physically with the Ministry of Agriculture here. We call them the directors, the EDs, and so on. And on the ground there, we have been with the Ministry of Agriculture. And as we are taking notes and asking questions, they have been present. We have accommodated them. At all facilities we went. Starting from Opuo, we went to a camp in Okambwati Road there. There is another one. We went to Mtambo Mawe, we went to Utapi, went to Oshakati, all the places until everywhere, together with the Ministry of Agriculture. So it was more than enough, extremely more than, we just overdo it with the consultation with the Ministry of Agriculture, knowingly that this issue is very sensitive and it requires the input of Ministry of Agriculture. Having said that, thank you so much, and I'm seeking your approval.
Okay. I put another question that the report will be adopted. You have already clapped your hand. And there's no any objection. Agreed to. The secretary will read the sixth order of the day.
Consideration of committee report on the impact of government programs and projects and activities of the marginalized communities of Namibia.
Does Honorable Karondo move that the committee report be considered?
I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Who second? Any objection? No. Then agree to. Honorable Karondo, have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. In the interest of time, permit me to tackle all the three reports that are on this order paper that I intend to motivate this evening. So I'll start with the first one and we'll conclude with the third one. They are all on the order paper.
You are saying that you are going to motivate.
Yes.
Let me just, allow me to, for the sake of record, finalize this one, and then I put the question to the second one. Yeah. For the sake of record. Okay, proceed to motivate the question.
Thank you. The Standing Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs of this August Assembly conducted the oversight visit to marginalized communities in Omsati, Kunene, Ohangwena, Oshana, Oshikoto, Otazonjupa, Omaheke, Zambezi, Kavango East and Kavango West regions, respectively. The Namibian government has recognized the San, Ovatwe, Ovachimba, and Ovazemba people as marginalized communities. The main objectives of the oversight visits were to assess the extent to which the government has succeeded in integrating marginalized communities into the mainstream social, economic development of the country. Furthermore, to determine how the program is coordinated at the regional levels and how effectively the budget allocated was utilized. The committee noted with concern that there were a lot of challenges in the effective implementation of the program, such as the inconsistency in the provision of food parcels, student grants, limited opportunities for resettlement, and social grants, and the lack of coordination between key government institutions. During the consultation, the committee was informed that there was a need for the government to consider another program to include all other vulnerable groups, people, falling under the category of marginalized communities. And due to the rural-urban migration, this committee noted that there's a category of new people that is currently emerging that are usually referred to as the urban poor. These are people that are migrating from the rural areas to the urban centers in search for greener pastures, but they are failing to secure employment, hence found themselves in a very vulnerable situation, equally to be classified as marginalized communities. After extensive consultation with all stakeholders, the committee sadly noted that the implementation rate of the program for marginalized communities was at 40%. There were a lot of shortcomings and total exploitation of the development planners. The committee took note of the efforts by the government to bring the marginalized communities into the social economic mainstream. However, the lack of coordination by all key stakeholders was another setback. In addition, the increase in the number of vulnerable people not falling under the category of marginalized communities is another aspect the government can no longer ignore, prompting the need to review the social safety nets the government offers and effective mechanism to coordinate such programs to cover all vulnerable communities that are affected. The committee hereby submits a number of recommendations as detailed in the report for implementation by the following ministries: Ministry of Gender, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, Ministry of Urban and Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I submit this report for consideration, discussion and adoption by this August House. I so submit.
Thank you. Any discussions? I recognize Honorable Paula.
Should I switch off this one? Should I switch off? Should I switch?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I rise in support of this report. However, put it on the floor as I'm wondering whether it is not yet time to review the definition of marginalized communities and persons. The entire model of marginalization within the context of increasing vulnerability and poverty in the country requires some form of review, as there are other people in our society who find themselves in urban and economic destitution. For example, people residing in Windhoek without abolition facilities, for example, in Sevenderland, Axterland, Havana, just to mention just a few, and other informal settlements across the country. We must define urban poverty and the impact of unemployment as well, and put it in the context of marginalization. The committee also expressed dissatisfaction with the working conditions of the development planners in all regions visited. For each region, it's one person in the office, one person to do everything for that whole region. Or if he's not just dealing with his region, he covers 2 regions as well. The salary grading is very low compared to the workload. And as I've already mentioned, the deployment of 1 staff member per region. It can't be acceptable. Does it mean this person can be sick? And at the end, the work will stand still, and it stands still as there is only one person who cannot deal with these matters every time. The official cars assigned to the development planners are worn out and very dangerous to drive such vehicles on our roads. Now, we noted that in all 10 regions visited, the police officers were accused of mistreating people from marginalized communities. Their cases are not taken seriously when they are reported. They are being mocked and chased away from the police stations. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the other alarming concern was the degrading of the marginalized communities in most, if not in all regions. While the government has put measures in place to restore the dignity of the marginalized communities, it is reported that in most cases, in most areas, marginalized communities are treated badly by the ones they live with. The committee felt that it is a violation of their human rights and a derailment of government's efforts to improve the lives of marginalized communities. Through marginalization, they lost their dignity and sense of belonging. Therefore, there is a need from the side of government to ensure that such offences are reported and penalized. In conclusion, the department responsible for marginalized communities fell under the office of the President previously, and they said that it was very efficient in the previous term. But now that the function has been taken to the Gender Committee, Gender Ministry, it is very different from the success they have achieved previously. And there is now a backstand, or how do I mention it? It's no longer successful as it was when it was in the department of the Vice President's office. So they are requesting also that in the new government, if it's possible, to take them back to the office of the Vice President. So I submit, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable J.J. Kanjo.
Thank you very much, Comrade Professor, Deputy Speaker, and honorable members. The marginalized community, the most marginalized communities are those, the street kids and those people who are sleeping under the bridges. You see this road is Madume Demfayo, the crossing of Madume Demfayo and David Merero. Madume Demfayo and David Merero. At that, if you come from this side, south and westward, on the left-hand side, there is this RCC, Road Construction Building. Yes. There is a river there. That building is on the pillar. There is a river. You see those young boys standing there. Where they sleep, in the evening they go under that building. That whole building is on pillar, part of it. They sleep there. Here at the Shell service station, closer to the government garage, at this juncture there, that road, is the Madume Demfayo, or is it Hosea Kutako, that goes under the bridge, past the cemetery, Pioneers Park Cemetery, and up to Kalahari or Safari Hotel, that robot there. then this side, there is also a bridge. The robot at the Shell service station where the people from the south, if you go to Rehoboth, you climb there.
Yeah.
That robot. You see there, those guys who stay there. There is a river there. If you go under the river, there is houses. They sleep there. If we talk about the marginalized, I think we must also include those people. Some of those people, you see, is generations. Their mothers stay there, they were born under the bridge, so for them their house is the bridge. Yeah. Now we talk about this, and all this report from various parliamentary standing committees, those reports are sent to the ministries. I think the ministries must come and report back to Parliament and say, the report you sent to me, this is what I have done. Because all these years, the various committees, all these reports are sent to the ministries. What do the ministries do? The ministry come and does the ministries come and report back to the Parliament? I think maybe the next Parliament, those who are comrades who are coming back, the honorable members who are coming back, ensure that for the next 5 years, when you go out, the various standing committees, you bring the report here, you adopt the report, and then you send the report to the line ministries. Within 6 months, the ministries must come and report back here. Make sure. Because all the years we send the report are sent there and nothing happened. And every year we keep on repeating the same thing. Let the ministries come and report back here. So that is my contribution.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Minister of Justice, Honorable Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to just add my voice to say that over the past 3 months, I've been receiving messages from the Hague community in Okahanya, under Chief Komosop, I believe, who has been sharing information about the plight of the San community in that particular environment. And one of the things that I seem to have realized in my interaction with Mr. Komosop Joseph is that simply we don't communicate effectively with communities. We don't give people feedback. We don't respond to people's messages when they send either text messages or a phone call. We don't reply to their letters. And there is a sense of desperation, particularly on the part of the Hague community in Okahanya. I don't know about other communities, and it would be nice if the committee members can also share with us whether that is a community that they have also visited. They complain about the conduct of the police, particularly towards them. They complain about socioeconomic conditions, the conditions of their children. Recently, I believe last year, there was a fire and there was not enough response to their needs from, at least from their perspective. So I really just want to implore us, and I think in line with what Honorable Ekanjo was saying, that we must get some feedback after these reports have been shared with us. What kind of developments are taking place? There is a sense that their conditions have deteriorated since they've been removed from the President's office, and I think maybe at some point even from the office of the Prime Minister. So I really just want to reaffirm that it's important for us to not make people feel like the messages that I've been receiving is people feel that they are not part of Namibia. The San community feel that no one cares for them. And we need to interrogate, and I believe that's what the report has done, to interrogate why do they feel that way. I think we really, really need to have deep reflections about Namibians feeling that they are feeling excluded from the Namibian House. Thank you.
Thank you. Any recognize Honorable Benani? Okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, this is a matter very close to my heart. And if you follow my legislative trajectory, you would realize that marginalized communities, especially the San community amongst many, has been a very topical issue that I've raised. And I want to say this, and I could be out of order, but I also want the report to include this idea. If you go to Australia and you assess how the Aboriginals have been assisted by the government of Australia, the Maoris and many other people in the Pacific, South Pacific, you would realize that one thing that we have not really done effectively is to have a dedicated education center, primarily for the San community. Because you can't take people out of poverty without giving them the greatest equalizer, education. Now what is happening is that every San worker, farm worker, generation of farm workers, communities would send their kids to ordinary schools because of the social conditions at home. These children don't go through the ranks. They always get off. I spoke to the president the other day, President Bomba, and I spoke here telling you that there is a village of Choto. In Choto, in not Katima, but between Divundu and Kongola. Cheto, not Choto. Cheto 1, Cheto 2, Omega. Yeah, Cheto. Young girls as young as 13. Have become prostitutes. Because of the highway, the Trans-Caprivi highway, truck drivers would load them, take them to Wolfish Bay, abuse them because they're children, bring them back, and that's the only way that they sustain those families. I came to a school to visit a school. Now I'm asking, where are the girls? The one guy said, no, it's Mr. Benani. They call me Mr. President, yes. Mr. President. Don't you forget that. Mr. President, that small fee is subject to interpretation. And then she says, our girls are at Wolfish Bay. I said, doing what? Are they at a school function? No. They are being trafficked. I am saying, for us to take communities out of poverty, build a bloody school either in the desert or somewhere on the outskirts of Kunene. Somewhere when you take this child must be in the control of that school. Like you see the schools such as Martin Luther, Maria Brown, these schools were schools that contain students. If you are there is no parent to run to. You are just there to finish the process. Because if you do not take these children to school and put them through vocational training, put them through colleges, they would go back to the communities that they cannot sustain. And if you take them out of poverty, it's the only way to take them out of poverty is to build dedicated schools, a San community high school, whether it takes 1,000 children, teachers, outside in the desert, you force these people to go through school. Yeah. You will harm their rights because you are forcing them to stay there. But after 12 years, they would thank you forever. Look at people as
Yeah, it's a point of order from Honorable Koper.
It's a question, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I like the idea of Honorable Benani, but are you aware that the cultural issues within the marginalized communities makes it very difficult for them to, there are nomadic people. Now it has rained. Go to the school, it's empty. They are hunters and they live off from wild fruits. They are in the field. Will it help us to construct schools for them only? Or what will be the solution to uplift the livelihoods of the marginalized communities? Is it not time to communicate to them and ask them what is good for them instead of deciding on their behalf? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
There is a autocratic for the sake of democracy.
No.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Honorable Cooper. Not Cooper. Cooper.
Cooper.
The word is Cooper.
Cooper, yeah.
There is no Cooper in Nama. I want you to look behind you. You see that woman? Doctor. Do you know what made her a doctor? Now I'm speaking to you. Do you know what made, you said as an example.
Yeah.
Do you know what made her a doctor? She grew up with my mother. Same age, same generation.
Oh,
because they dared to leave this country, to go into exile. Today they are leaders that came to help this country. With education, you must force people to study.
Yeah.
Force them to study.
Autocratic for the sake of democracy.
For the sake of a next generation to be born.
Yeah.
People like Kashavivi, Professor Kashavivi, Hage Gainkov, Katuti Rekaura, Riwak, all these people, when they came back, a generation of gentlemen that are educated, came and shaped our society. But had it not been for the endurance of walking on foot from here to Francistown to Dar es Salaam to wherever they went, we wouldn't have we wouldn't have a society that we have. The San community, you can ask them. A person who has not gone through a level of civilization would not know what it means to be civilized. Exactly. Do you know why people, and I'm saying it with the deepest of respect, every Namibian who knows a person who cleans would always ask you, don't you have a Nama woman that can help me clean my house? Do you know why Namas as a community are one of the best cleaners?
Yes, they are.
Do you know why? It is because the Namas were the first black people in the country that came into contact with white civilization.
Yeah.
Go to a Nama house deep in Varambak, poverty-stricken. Take a cup.
Clean.
Take a cup. You would know that you are respected. I'm a handsome guy. You don't need to ask that. That's on a lighter note. I don't want to be asked at home. What did I say here? You're putting people into trouble here. All I'm trying to say is this, and I don't want to take a lot of time. I've been sitting over a number of years and think about the lot of the San community. Go to San communities that are living in Ohangwena area, in Ovambo. Go to San communities along the Herero people. San communities along the Tswanas. All of us that are black like them, we look down on them. They are inferior to us in many ways. In our community, 20 years ago, it was a taboo for a Herero man to date a San person. When you ask why, Because we look down on them. For them to get out of the doldrums and the cycle of poverty, a new generation should be directly be sent. Whether we send them to, we pay 100 of them, we send them to a foreign country, or we go build a school in the desert, force them to be there, finish school, come back, they would come and change. Their civilization would start. Because the San community, as we're speaking, 35 years after independence, they have not met civilization. Lastly, it's economic benefits that we are giving to the San community. Let's be respectful to one another. When a Namibian, any Namibian, Herero, Swambo, Kavango, Zambezi, everyone is applying for a resettlement farm, you would find a person, you get a 3,000 hectare or 1,500 hectare given to Venani, to Kwahuzet, to who. When it comes to the San community, there is no one single San community, and I say it with authority, that is resettled on a 1,500 hectare. When they must be resettled on a 1,500 hectares, you are bringing a group of 600 people, and all of them must be on that land. You are discriminating against them, and we are discriminating against them. If you look at these fishing quotas, we are using their names. The San community is also part of a fishing company. Which San person is a director in a fishing company getting $500,000 a year, like the rest of the many people that are getting? And it goes on with these economic benefits. Now, if you are excluding people from economic benefits, you are not creating success stories amongst them. There is no San community member who owns a shop, a SME that brings 600,000 a year in this country, 35 years after independence. And if you do not ask yourself this question, go to the development bank. The welders that are getting those loans, who are getting those loans? These people are excluded. We must give them economic benefits, assist them to those that can, mentor them, but school must be a different curricula, different priority for them, so that they go through schools, they go through universities, and we create a new generation. Just as we have created my mother was so proud. My mother was so proud of you when you came back. Today she's a doctor. My mother was so proud of her because they were playing together, and now she's a doctor. And we must create a new generation of San people that becomes doctors, that we say, this one is our product. This one is our product. This society can, if we pull together. Thank you very much.
Maybe before the next one, I have to add that on a similar, in November, I visited St. Petersburg in Russia. Are you aware that the whole city is a heritage because of its unique? And I ask, it's so clean, well organized. And I asked this person, an inhabitant of St. Petersburg, I said, I don't see people who are treating somebody like in other European countries. I don't want to mention them. And he said, no. Immediately when we spotted those people, we put them, we forced them to clean the city, and we put them in the center. As a result, they have something to eat, and they also learn discipline. In short, I just want to say, I believe in autocratic for the sake of democracy. Yes, autocratic for the sake of democracy. Yeah. If the situation is so bad, we go to, Honorable Karonda would like to respond. There's no one. Would like to respond to the comment made?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, permit me to thank all the honorable members who have contributed to this very important report of ours, more especially Honorable Cooper, who went out of the way to enrich and provide insightful contribution to this report. Honorable Jerry Kanjo, for drawing our attention to the plight of the street kids. Really appreciate that. Honorable Tausab, for drawing our attention to the plight of the HICOM community, despite us having visited the HICOM community around Etosha National Park and on the farms, resettled farms around Tsumeb. We welcome and appreciate your contribution in this regard. Honorable Benani, thank you very much for drawing our attention to the importance of education and for citing a very good example of the Aboriginals in Australia. And I also got background information of those people because I was some years ago also somewhere in Australia. And I understand the importance that education can do, and I think if we can emulate that example, it will help us to get the marginalized people out of the plight in which they are currently now. I'm quite aware there are quite a number of very good examples of how we can pull the marginalized communities out of the situation in which they are, but we need to be also mindful of the fact that the government of the Republic of Namibia is doing its best, more especially in implementing and encouraging the San communities to remain in school. And the problem is that we need to know how to coordinate so that we can help improve these programs and initiatives. With this, I would like to thank you all wholeheartedly, including those that are supporting this report and adopting, as we are adopting this report. Even though you are supporting this report silently, I know you are in support. Thank you very much.
I now put the question that the committee report be adopted. Any objection? Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of committee report on the motion on human-wildlife conflict.
Does Honorable Kafura move that the committee report be considered?
I so move.
Who second? Any objection? Agreed to? You have the floor, Honorable Kafura, to motivate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, distinguished members of this August House. It is with great pleasure that I rise to motivate the report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Natural Resources on the motion on human-wildlife conflict, in short, HWC. This motion was tabled in Parliament by Deputy Minister of Health and Social Services, Honorable Dr. Esther Munyangwe, in April 2023, and subsequently referred to this committee for further scrutiny and report back to the Assembly, and that's what we are doing today as a committee. The main purpose of this motion was to investigate the possibility of mitigating strategies that should be in place to minimize the number of HWC cases, including a need to review the national policy on human wildlife management. As it has been reported in different media, people living outside or alongside the rivers, to be more specific, the people in Zambezi, Kavango East and Kavango West, and those who reside close to the national park have been suffering from incidents as a result of HWC. The committee conducted consultative meetings in 5 regions: Zambezi, Kavango East, Kavango West, Kunene, and the Rongo regions, including the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Tourism between August 23 and August
2024, to hear the views of the affected community members on the subject matter. The committee further managed to benchmark with the United Republic of Tanzania being one of a world-renowned wildlife sanctuaries. All these meetings made it possible for the committee to gather crucial information on what is happening on the ground and compiled a detailed report. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, allow me to highlight briefly some of the issues we picked up during our consultations in different areas. HWC is real, and people on the ground are suffering. The number of species, especially the old ones, that we are referring to the elephants, the crocodiles, etc., are on increase that has a serious impact to the community as they become aggressive due to competition with the young ones for different resources. Moreover, families are starving as a result of crop damage by wildlife animals. The incidents of loss of lives and human attacks are on increase and devastating. It was further observed that although there are conservancies in those regions, there is not much that conservancies can do to protect people from wildlife animals. Some game guards are not literate enough to handle cases in terms of reporting, meaning that there are cases that are taking even a day to be attended to, and that is really very frustrating. While some conservancies sign contracts without understanding what entails. Additionally, the offset took time to be paid and is too little compared to the market price. Here I can refer to like the compensation of, let's say, cattle has been attacked by an elephant, by a crocodile. The compensation is too little, and that was really one of the serious issues that we picked up. Just one of the examples. Like, for example, if the cattle has been killed by a crocodile, the people were only to be paid about 3,000. Then I'm glad to say that I have seen, it was on TV, that the ministry have increased the price to 8,000, because that was a bone of contention, that if you go to the market, you will not buy a cattle for that amount. And it was really a big loss for the community members. Honorable Speaker, I will get now to the recommendations as highlighted in the report. However, in the report we have 14 recommendations, but I will only highlight on the few. And I appeal to us honorable members, please to go through the report and see all those recommendations which were formed up from the findings that we collected from our community members. The following, some of the recommendations highlighted in the report, among others, that 1, an annual culling of problematic wildlife animals in all regions, depending on their carrying capacity to minimize HWC, including relocation where possible. Number 2, the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism should conduct regular monitoring and game count to ensure the number of games is kept at sustainable level in the communities. Number 3, the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism presence and offices in areas affected by HWC conflict should be increased to ensure speedy response to avert incidents of HWC. Number 4, the policy should include a clause or a provision on a harvesting of wildlife animals. Number 5, game guards should be trained on how to handle cases in terms of reporting. Those are the few that we just took out of the 15 recommendations. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, lastly, I would like to emphasize that the findings contained in this report reflect the seriousness of the matter on the ground, and the recommendations are therefore based on such findings. Finally, I would like to thank my fellow committee members and all stakeholders whom we consulted for their cooperation rendered during this exercise. I therefore request the National Assembly to discuss and adopt this report. I thank you.
Any discussion? Honorable Minister of
thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the committee for this going through this report and also having conducted consultations. Human-wildlife conflict is a very complex one. It's complex because given the number of wild animals we have in the country, and also the increase, these animals increase every year. We have a very increase rate that is very high in many species, almost every species. And also that you have also the increased population of human beings and also development activities. And those activities are encroaching in these animals' habitat. Now, we have to balance, and the balancing means you have to look at the value of these animals and also understand the development needs of communities. So we have to do the balance. We have these animals. These are our natural resources. It's not only for selling or for providing communities this protein, meat, or for these conservancies for communities to hunt, but also these animals attract tourists to this country. Now we have to do the balancing. But the thing that we are trying to do is to make sure that we maximize benefit to communities, to those, especially rural communities, who are bearing the brunt of this human-wildlife conflict. And we have done that. We have now 86 communal conservancies. And all these communal conservancies, most of them are very active. They provide benefits to those communities. And they even build schools, and they provide boreholes, and electrifying villages. So they are doing quite well. But we want to make sure that the benefits to these communities outweigh the suffering they go through because it's a result of human-wildlife conflict. Now we also we are continuously reviewing the offsetting of their losses. We don't compensate, we offset the losses. And so far, even before we have increased this amount last year, and we again increased it, we were the best country that has accrued benefit in offsetting than any other countries in this Southern Africa. You can go and do it. We have done research on that, and even coming to a point where we have now, because I had to, after we have increased the amount, you know, this amount by 2018 it was 1,500 for a cattle and about 3 for a goat and so on. We have to increase, even for human losses. Of course, we don't compensate human lives, but what you do is to assist communities who are, those families who are affected because of they lost a loved one for the funerals and so on. And also those who are disabled because of the human-wildlife conflict. So we have to do this. We are so far, we are doing best than any other countries. So, but we don't want to end up there. We want to go far. So we have done research after last year's increment from 3,000 to 5,000. We realized, and I had to fight with our conservationists, you know, and they said, we don't have money, we cannot sustain, it's not sustainable. But I said, we need to find the money. We need even to sell these animals. We need to make sure that we auction them, we even auction those products we have in the boats. We have rhino horns, why don't we find a way, legal way to auction this and find the money? So we agreed with my colleagues here, my colleague, especially from the Minister of Finance, that we need to do that. We need to come up with a way to get money. These are our natural resources. That's why we keep them. It costs us a lot of money to keep these products in the fold. So we are doing that to ensure that communities are pissed and they feel that their efforts, conservation efforts, are recognized and appreciated. That's why we make sure that we maximize their benefits to those communities who are suffering. And the problem is also that we have attempted to auction some of these animals, problematic animals like elephants and the crocodiles, the hippos, and we are still doing that. But now people, when we export this, they make noise. And no one in the country has got facilities. There are few who have got facilities to keep these problematic animals. There are very, very few. They cannot keep them here. So no one wants them. So, but only countries that want them are those that are outside the range, state range, not even around Africa here, they are range states. So we need to export them. But then people make noise. So we still have these animals that we wanted to auction, because we wanted to auction a number of them, but because of the noise, in Namibia, some of them who do not understand, they just urbanize, they don't understand people who live in rural areas. They live side by side with these animals. They don't understand how they feel, the pitch they feel, they endure the brand. So with this, I really want to thank the committee and We'll work on this recommendation, definitely. And things, I think, will go well. But I can assure you that because of the increment of the population of these animals and the encroachment of human development in their habitat, it will always be a difficult thing to handle. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable Secretary.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you, Honorable Kafula, who is the head of this particular subcommittee, the chair of that subcommittee within the Natural Resources. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me just share with you during the consultation. The Honorable Minister rightfully said that the region, especially Zambezi, Kavango East, Kavango West, and mainly Kunene, the human wildlife-human conflict. I want us to appreciate it this way. There is no policy at the moment to compensate. Now, we try to understand what this current policy says. The policy is about offsetting losses. You don't know what it is. But during our consultation, I said, look, when we approach the Ministry of Environment officials, they have got several reasons not to support us. First, they don't have transport. And if they find transport after a day or so, few examples. There was a hippo attack, the hippo that killed a human being. That time, after a few hours, the officials turned up. They went with the boat. They saw or they found this hippo. Apparently, it's supposed like the right hippo. So the officials checked and said, yes, no, it is that one because that's the only one around here. Now, this is exactly what happened. The officials turned back and said, no, we can't do anything about that hippo. And then they asked me, but why? No, because it has got a baby. Oh. We are not allowed to kill a female. Now, just take that one. If it was your family, the life of a human being is less important than the baby hippo. That's a real situation there. That's one example. With elephants, also in the other, that's Kavango West, Kavango East. Elephants, they go and destroy the mango fields. Yes. So they report to the ministry officials. The officials go there, they follow, find a herd, look around. These are not stories, that's real issues. They only found female elephants. The officials stand and say, no, there's nothing we can do about it. But is it not the right? Yes, it is. But there must be a male. We are not allowed to kill a female. Oh. That's good. Now just imagine if that's your whole life and it is destroyed and that is the answer that you get. This is exactly the same situation Honorable Murora explained. The experience really is that we should think of a policy to compensate. Really, offset is very difficult. And maybe to close that one, the loss of life in terms of the current policy referred to as offset policy. The ministry only, if you are lucky for that matter, because we're given a lot of examples for which the ministry did not apply the offset policy. They are only given $100,000 for the loss of a human being. And now they've been asking us and say, no, exactly what does that, is that what a human being costs? They say, no, there's not compensation, it's only offset. And
while in Bwabwata area, we were given a practical example and say, yes, we have seen these Europeans that are coming here to our resources, for which we are not benefiting. They get a concession to hunt an elephant, and the entity there gets 400,000 NAM dollars. The rest they take. And so, right, if an elephant, to kill an elephant by a European costs 400,000, a human being killed by an elephant is only 100,000. There is something that we really need to do. Now, this report, unfortunately, does not have all the solutions, but we're only highlighting that there is a need to deliberately engage the communities. Now, the communities are not fully engaged. What is happening is the officials go and tell them and say, this is a policy approved by cabinet. That's a law in local languages. A policy and an act is almost the same. So when they hear it's a law, and this is why it was raised with us and say, you are our representatives, you are passing these laws against us because you are not protecting us. And we have to separate the policy, which is only administered by the ministry, and an act is by parliament, and we don't have a law passed through here, but only through policies. So this is merely to highlight when people talk of anger and of neglect, these are the real issues that are not being attended to seriously. I only needed to add that one. But with all this, we as a committee went there with the ministry officials so that they can hear for themselves, but also to protect them and say, look, they are not there to protect people because they are there to administer the policies that protect the animals and not human beings. I submit. Thank you.
Yes. In the absence of none, Honorable Kafura, you wish to reply?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would like to sincerely thank, first of all, the honorable members who contributed from day one when this motion was tabled and thereafter referred to our committee. And as a committee, I think we have done justice to the motion. Hence, we compiled the report with a number of recommendations. Thank you very much, honorable members, those who contributed from the onset of the tabling of this motion. I would like also to thank Honorable Shifeta for your input, and I'm sure that when this report reaches your respective office, should be looked at very carefully, mainly at the recommendations, and see how best we can address the concern of that our voters that made it possible for us to be here, not just to decorate the seats, but to listen to their concerns. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for that strong input. We cannot say all of it because at times, at some meetings, you feel or you put yourself in the shoes of those community members. Therefore, we really need to do something about it. This HWC issues came a long way, but I don't think that we are really doing much to address the concerns. Therefore, I would just like to say thank you once more again, and we are looking forward to the ministry to report back the progress at this August House come the next session. I thank you.
Any objection? So agree to. The secretary will read the eighth.
Consideration of committee report on oversight visits to capital projects earmarked in the development budget for the MTF 21-22 to 23-24 in the Kunene, Omusati, Oshana, Ohangwena, Oshakati, Zambezi, Kavango East, West, and Ochodonchupa region.
Does Honorable Ifete move that the committee report be considered?
I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Who second? Any objection? Agree to? You have the floor.
Good. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the development budget is a critical tool for economic growth, service provisions, and improving citizen living standard. Effective monitoring and implementation of capital projects is essential to ensure that national development objectives are met. However, policy constraints and inefficiency often hinder project execution, necessitating policy reviewing and targeting intervention. Yes, that one. To assess the progress and challenges in capital project implementation, the Standing Committee on Economic and Public Administrations conducted oversight visit from 22 July to the 2nd of August 2024 in Kunene region, Omsati, Oshana, Ohangwena, Oshikoto, Zambezi, Kavango East, Kavango West, and Oshodonjupa region. The visit focused on project under Vote 19, Ministry of Industrializations and Trade, Vote 23, Department of Work, and Vote 24, Department of Transport, as budgeted in the MTF 2021-2022, 2023-2024 development budget. The oversight visit revealed significant inefficiency in capital project implementation, with delay abandoned projects and inadequate funding being key concern. Poor coordination, lack of regional engagement, and limited monitoring have hindered progress, while unauthorized fund diversion and budget discrepancy have led to unequal resources distribution, centralized executions, and repeat use of the same contractors have further slowed projects completions. Notable, the Ondangwa Northern Tannery remain unoccupied after 10 years, and essential facilities like vehicle testing center by Road Authority remain undeveloped. Addressing those challenges require better planning, decentralization, and stronger oversight to ensure timely and effective project delivery. The committee recommends that National Planning Commission and Line Ministry must ensure adequate funding, strengthen monitoring and evaluations mechanism, and enforce timely project completions. Proper coordination and decentralizations of project implementation are essential to prevent inefficiency and abandon projects. The committee submit this report with a recommendation for approval and implementation by the relevant offices, ministry, and agency. I so submit, Honorable Deputy Speaker, with thanking the chairperson at that time, the acting chairperson, Honorable Mukapuli, and the entire team of Economic Committee. I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Any discussions? Honorable Ifepe, your response.
Members for considering our report for the improve of our country.
Yes. Any objection?
Submit them on
time. Then agree to. The Secretary will read the 9th order of the day.
Consideration of committee report on the motion on the deplorable conditions in which holding and correctional facilities are in, with the objective of protecting the human rights of all persons with dignity.
Does Honorable Katoma move that the committee report be considered?
Yes, I move.
Who second? First. Any objection? Agree to? You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. I rise before this August House to present the report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security on the motion on the deplorable conditions in which holdings and correctional facilities are in, with the objective of protecting the human rights of all persons with dignity. The motion was moved by Honorable Koviao Hengari on 17 October 2023. Consequently, the motion was referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security for further scrutiny and report back to the Assembly. However, the committee was already busy with the oversight visit to police cells, defense barracks, and correctional facilities. Therefore, since it was the same stakeholders being consulted, the Standing Committee resolved to combine the visits and consultations, that of the motion and the oversight visit, and engage relevant stakeholders countrywide. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, permit me then to highlight the committee's main findings in the fulfillment of this important task. The committee findings confirms that many of the issues highlighted in the motion have merits. Many of the police holding cells are severely overcrowded, especially in Zambezi, Kavango, Ohangwena, Omusati, Oshikoto, and the Kunene regions. This is caused by, among others, the delay in finalizing court cases due to lack of magistrates and legal assistance, and delays in psychiatric evaluation that takes up to 6 months. In addition, other general findings are that the infrastructures of both police, correctional, and defense are highly dilapidated because 90% of them were built pre-independence, making it impossible to accommodate the current increasing population. Another critical finding is that majority of police and army barracks infrastructure is made from prefabricated materials. Furthermore, inadequate transport is a major concern, as most vehicles need spare parts for repair, and there is a delays in the procurement system. Another findings worth reported is that of the border security, which is compromised because some of the major border posts are ungazetted, such as Ochinungwa and Serakafema, just to mention but a few. Following are some of the recommendations highlighted in the report. Amongst others, the Ministry of Justice should reform the bail system to make it affordable for all and ensure the deployment of magistrates in courts countrywide. 2, the Ministry of Health and Social Service should expand psychiatric and forensic service to all regions. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I do not intend to get into details of the report, which is before this August House already, or to preempt the discussion, but I'm confident that members had an opportunity to read and understand the report. I therefore implore you, honorable members, to consider this report and adopt it. I thank you.
Thank you. Any discussions? Any discussions? Honorable Katoma wish to reply?
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker and the House. I would like to thank the whole House for supporting the report, and also want to thank the committee members and the stakeholder that has been consulted, who gave us all the necessary information to enable this report. I thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Any objection to the report? So agree to. We came up to item number 9. Now we are now going to shift over to the question. One question I promise. One question I promise. Yeah, I said only that one. Oh, colleague. Okay, Honorable Jerry Kanjo, we are dealing with question 79. Yeah, put by Honorable Ekanjo, Oswapo Party, to the Minister in Presidency. You like to put the question?
I'll put the question.
Yes, Honorable Minister, the Presidency.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I rise to respond to the question raised by Honorable Jerry Akanjo. Question number 67 on the President's response to the private member bill, which was passed by this House and confirmed by the National Council. In the interest of time, I will not go into the question, but I will
Which question is it?
respond. But before I respond, I want to
He has
put
got a different number. Eh?
some things into perspective.
It's okay.
As a point of departure, it is important to provide the context and background to the consideration of these bills after they were referred to His Excellency the President, as well as explain the applicable constitutional provisions. Towards the end of 2023, the Speaker of the National Assembly wrote to the late President, His Excellency Dr. Adjournment, in relation to two bills passed in the National Assembly without any objection at the initiation of a private member of the National Assembly. These bills are the definition of Spouses Bill and the Marriage Amendment Bill. The two bills were referred to the National Council and similarly passed. The Speaker requested His Excellency the President to assent to the bills as per Article 56 sub 1 of the Namibian Constitution. Before the President could assent to the bills, he had to satisfy himself that the bills in question meet the constitutional requirements and further that they meet the procedural requirements. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the requirements are firstly on how to handle a private member's bill, as set out under Article 60, sub 2, which provides that a private member's bill may be introduced in the National Assembly if supported by 1/3 of all the members of the National Assembly. Secondly, under Article 64, sub 1, the President shall be entitled to withhold his assent to a bill approved by the National Assembly if, in the President's opinion, such a bill would, upon adoption, conflict with the provisions of the Namibian Constitution. These requirements meant taking a process that would involve a detailed analysis of the bills in question and the collection of all the relevant information to assess compliance with substantive and procedural legal requirements. Moreover, His Excellency the President undertook consultations with relevant institutions such as the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General, and the line ministry responsible for the regulation, recognition, and solemnization of marriages in Namibia. It is also important to point out that during this time, Cabinet had approved the marriage law reform which was underway. The proposed government-sponsored marriage bill, as approved by Cabinet, was based on a comprehensive legal assessment and consultations in order to address key issues relating to regulating marriages, both civil and customary. It covered marriages solemnized within and outside Namibia, as was consistent with the policy position regarding marriages more generally. Deputy Speaker, whilst that process was underway, the late President, as we all know, took ill and the process consequently slowed down at the beginning of 2024 before the President could finalize the process. The health of our late President deteriorated and he passed away on the 4th of February 2024. May the soul of our late President, Adjournment, rest peacefully. Deputy Speaker, following the succession of the late President, the fourth President was appraised of this matter and, amidst competing national obligations, had to re-engage the process to ensure that the bills in question have met substantive and procedural constitutional requirements, as set out above. In considering the bill, His Excellency the President was concerned about, namely, whether the bills in question have gone through a proper law-making process. More generally, the assentment related to the process under the tutelage of Parliament, and specifically whether it would meet the constitutional test and the additional procedural requirements as required under Articles 56, Article 60 and 64 of the Namibian Constitution. Concerning the constitutional assessment and certification of the bills, it is an established practice and requirement in our jurisdiction that every bill that goes to Parliament should be certified as constitutional compliant, and as such, it is referred to the Attorney General for that purpose. However, such process was not followed at any stage in respect of these two bills. It would also seem that the bills fall short of meeting some basic norms and standards of legislative drafting in the Namibian context. Honorable Deputy Speaker, therefore, His Excellency the President was rightfully concerned about the possible constitutional implications the bills may have, given that they were not subjected to a constitutionality review or drafting guidance before they were tabled and passed by Parliament. Following extensive consultations, His Excellency was satisfied that the bills presented various avenues for constitutional challenges and could not in good conscience assent to the bills knowing the potential constitutional implications. This decision is consistent with the letter and spirit of Article 64, sub 1 of the Namibian Constitution. Additionally, honorable members, in terms of Article 56(2) of the Namibian Constitution, the President is obliged to give his assent to a bill if such bill has been passed by the majority of 2/3 of all members of the National Assembly and has been confirmed by the National Council. However, if a bill is only passed by a majority of members of the National Assembly, but consisting of less than 2/3 of all members of the National Assembly and confirmed by the National Council, the President may withhold his assent and shall communicate his dissent to the Speaker. In the circumstances, the government investigated this matter in consultation with the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Secretary of the National Assembly to establish the majority by which the two bills were passed in the National Assembly. After a lengthy process to scrutinize the record and information from the National Assembly, it became clear that although the two bills were passed without any objection in both houses, the evidence provided confirmed that the bills were passed by a simple majority, which by less than 2/3 of the voting members of the National Assembly. This confirms that indeed the requirements of Article 56 sub 2 have not been met, and therefore the President was under no obligation to give his assent to the two bills. On the basis of the above, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the President sought legal advice from the Office of the Attorney General on the contents and the constitutional and social implications of the two bills and the options available to him in terms of Article 56 of the Namibian Constitution. Given due consideration, His Excellency decided to withhold his assent to the two bills and has resolved to communicate to the Speaker about his decision on this matter in terms of Article 56 sub 3 of the Namibian Constitution. Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the President has since assented to the marriage bill in 2024, which substantially addresses all the issues pertaining to marriages in accordance with the government policy position and in compliance with the Namibian Constitution. This bill was extensively discussed in this House and duly passed in both houses without objection. Honorable Deputy Speaker, against this background, kindly allow me to thank the Honorable Jerry Kanjo, a veteran of this House, a veteran of the liberation struggle, for the questions and provide the following responses. Question 1. Whether the President has complied with the provisions of Article 56, sub-Article 2 of our Constitution. Yes, indeed, the President has complied with the constitutional requirements of Article 56. Question number 2. Whether the President has defied the oath of office as outlined in Article 30 of the Constitution in as far as the bill is concerned. As indicated in response to the first question, His Excellency the President has not defied his oath of office. In fact, the President has acted within the confines of the Constitution as per the oath he undertook. Question number 3. Why was the President not complied with Article 56, sub 2 of the Namibian Constitution, which is an obligatory clause? Now, in reference to the background, provided the bills were passed by less than 2/3 majority of the voting members of the National Assembly, there is an assumption that the President was obligated to assent to the bill. This is inaccurate and contrary to the reality of how these two bills were passed by the National Assembly. Article 56, sub-article 2 of the Constitution is not applicable in this instance. His Excellency, the President, therefore, rightfully exercised the legal options available to him under Article 56, sub-article 3 of the Nigerian Constitution. And I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Professor. Thank you, Comrade Minister of Presidential Affairs. First of all, the bill was passed by more than 2/3 majority. There were no countings in both houses. No counting took place to say whether we are 2/3 or not. It was a full house. It was passed by 2/3 in both houses. Secondly, let me come to the two bills. The definition of spouse bills. If it says that it infringes or it is not in accordance with the Namibian Constitution, I've got the two bills here. This is a bill, definition of spouse bill, introduced by the Minister of Home Affairs. And there is a copy here. The definition of spouse bill which I introduced, and this is a copy of the Ministry of Home Affairs. It is the same wording. This is from the Ministry of Home Affairs. This is from me. It is the same. This one from the Ministry of Home Affairs definition means, in this act, unless the context otherwise indicate, spouse means a person being one half of a legal union between a man and a woman of the opposite sex. That is from the Ministry of Home Affairs. The one I introduced is the same wording. Spouse means a person being one half of a legal union between a man and a woman of the opposite sex. It is the same. The only amendment I made is this one. In this act, unless the context otherwise indicate, spouse means a person being one half of a legal union between a genetically born man and a genetically born woman of the opposite sex. Does it mean now, when I say genetically born, does it infringe on human rights? Just to say genetically born. Genetically born means because they are fake men and fake women. Yes. I said genetically born. Understand? Is it now, if you read the Constitution,
put it on my table.
The Constitution, where does it infringe? Before I come to that, it is said here, it did not go through the right or the procedure. Private members' bill. Suppose, let me just take an example. LPM or PDM, they come up with a private members' bill. Do you really, suppose I'm in opposition. Suppose I'm in opposition and I introduce a bill in this house. Do you really think, as an opposition, my bill must be approved by a member of cabinet? Will Venani agree? you come up with a bill, and then the bill must now go through the Cabinet Committee on Legislation, to Attorney General, all these members of Cabinet, and at the end, is the Cabinet approve your bill? Is it really? Do we really? Let me put it this way. Do you expect Swarboy or Venani or anybody come up with a private member's bill on their own, on their term of LBM, how they feel, and they bring the bill here, and then it is said, no, it must go to a Cabinet Committee on Legislation. Cabinet Committee, a member of Cabinet Committee will sit there, Minister of Justice. It must go to an Attorney General appointed by a SWAPO member sitting in the Cabinet. And then at the end, all the bills must be approved by Cabinet. Do you really think an opposition will accept? Or does it only apply to a SWAPO member as me? It's a question. So that question of saying that it did not go through the right procedure, a private member's bill, you can consult your private lawyer. You pay him a private lawyer, he bring it here. Yes. A private lawyer is not subject to a ruling party. No. Or does it apply that me, as a member of SWAPO, suppose two bills, Venani bring a bill, I bring a bill. Venani go to a private lawyer, I go to a private lawyer. And at the end of that, mine must also go to a Cabinet Committee of Legislation, whatever. Venani not. That is unfair. So that phrase is unfair. Secondly, in the marriage amendment bill, the only amendment I made in the marriage amendment bill, the only amendment I made there is a bill of the ministry. The only amendment I made is that any marriage officer who purports to solemnize a marriage which he or she is not authorized under this act to solemnize, or which on his or her knowledge is legally prohibited. All these are in the marriage already, in the marriage bill, from the government side. Or any person not being marriage officer who purpose to solemnize a marriage or witness, promote or propagate same-sex shall commit. The one says shall be guilty, I say shall commit. Guilty and commit. I omit guilty and I say commit. An offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding 100,000. The other one say 1,000. I say 100,000. It's the only difference. 100 and 100,000. In default of payment, to imprisonment for a period not exceeding, here they say 12 months, I say 6 years. I just say 6 years. Understand? What is now there? Is it unconstitutional? If the one says 12 months and I say 6 years, is it unconstitutional? Is it unconstitutional? Or the one that was approved now said spouse means people of opposite sex. And I say genetically born spouse, genetically born. Is it now unconstitutional? Is it really unconstitutional? No. That is unfair. Yes. That is unfair to the ultra. Those who advise that, who make that, it's really unfair. Because to say that after this constitution, where in chapter 3, where did I infringe? Where did I infringe? When I said genetically born, there was a lady in Okahanja. She had a girl. A girl went to America to study. And that girl, after 3, 4, 6 years in America, when she came, she told the mother, I'm coming. They went to the international airport, Jose Akutako. It's a man. She came back as a man. She came back as a man, and the mother was shocked. Is it really no? If the mother shocked, was she infringed about the human right of that person? In Caribbean recently, there was a transgender in Caribbean, a transgender marriage. A transgender. That's why I said genetically born. Means a person who was born as a woman or who was born. Yeah? Now, what is the difference between mine? Even the one of the government does not recognize. Mine does not recognize. The only word is I put genetically born. The other one said opposite sex. If I say genetically born, really, is it really a crime? No. Is it really? Is it really a crime? This bill was passed by more than 2/3 majority. There was no counting. I got a copy from the speaker. The speaker said majority symbol. There was no symbol majority. We never counted here. We never counted. Everybody who was here, clap hands. Was there a counting here to see that it is 2/3? If there was a counting, the speaker could have asked those who are for, stand up, and then they count. Those who are against, stand up, and then count, and can say the number is so. The same happened in the National Council. It was full house. It is unfair. It is really unfair. It is really. I got even a letter here. The letter is written, Rolf Hoppe, plot 190, plot 23, Kamanyap, Kunene district. To the former minister, Jerry Ekanjo Swapo Party Parliament, sent via email to Mrs. Margaret Walenga. Walenga here, Parliament, whatever. It's an email of a Parliament. I was just given a letter from here. Dear former Minister Jerry Ekanjo, Jerry Lukiko Ekanjo, we greet you warmly from Kamanyap and would like to take part in the current discussion on your draft law on same-sex marriage or same-sex partnership. It was the time when I introduced the bill. If we understand the meaning of the paper correctly, marriage should only be permitted between a man and a woman. However, there are other more controversial views on this subject. We believe we must do what God tells us to do. The Bible is God's law book, and we must abide by it. If we don't, we will be severely punished. The Holy Bible in Leviticus says the following, Leviticus 18, verse 22. You shall not lie with any male as with a woman. It is an abomination, and so make yourself unclean with it. It is from the Bible. Neither shall any woman give herself to an animal to lie with it. It is perseverance. And yet, every day we open this parliament with a prayer. Every day with a prayer. Continuing in Leviticus 20, verse 13.
Yeah, there's only 3 minutes.
If a man lies with a male, listen now.
Yeah.
If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them, unquote. It is from the Bible. Now the person continue. We the God's children, therefore expressly support your draft law. There must be no marriage or marriage-like community between men and women.
Yeah. Honorable Minister,
yeah, this is, I'm saying that
Honorable Member, try to round up because this time. Yeah.
Okay. We, the children of, therefore expressly support your draft law. There must be no marriage or marriage-like community between men and men or women and women. This has been forbidden in the Bible for thousands of years. So the latest long, Comrade Minister, Comrade Honorable Members, the bill I introduced is just to forbid that homosexuality must not be a law in Namibia. If one goes to France, to Germany, in bars, you find people, men kissing each other. If you go into the bathroom, toilet, I can put it this way, you found men there. Is it really? The Constitution here, we talk of the Constitution, chapter 3. Chapter 3.
Yeah.
That deals with human rights. Chapter 3, Article 14. No. Because it says I infringe upon the Constitution. Article 14, family, men and women of full age without any limitation due to race, color, ethnic origin, nationality, religious, creed, or social or economic status shall have the right to marry and to found a family. That is what the Constitution says. What I said now is only I said spouse means genetically born.
Okay.
So I don't accept it.
Yeah, we have heard. Okay.
I don't accept it, really.
Yeah.
It is unfair.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I introduced my bill in 2023.
We will carry it on.
And it was passed. The Ministry of Home Affairs introduced in 2024. And the only difference here is the one said sex of opposite sex. I said genetically born. I don't infringe upon the, it's not against the Constitution. It's not against the Constitution. The other one is that to put years. You say 112 months,
we have heard.
and I say 6 years.
Okay, good.
No, I don't accept it.
Very good.
Okay, we take note. The House take note. The response from the Minister of Presidency and the reaction from the mover.
Yes.
So be it. The House is adjourned till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember? At 9 o'clock. Back to move. Thank you.